Пожалуйста, поговорите в любой микрофон.
Сейчас, секунду.
О, все. Нет, да, уже из зала. Встань из-за кресла. Сядь. Это вы издеваетесь просто?
Привет.
Руслан, привет, здорово.
А ты меня видишь?
Да, я тебя вижу.
А ты меня слышишь?
Да, я тебя слышу. И ты меня слышишь хорошо, да?
Да.
Все, отлично.
Я могу посчитать, если
Сейчас,
вам нужно.
Да. Так главное, что ты меня слышишь, и все.
Ага, ну отлично. Все, чек кончился?
Да, спасибо, спасибо.
Ладно, давай.
Так. Русский. Говоришь, да? Русский есть.
Английский, английский, английский. Вот сейчас английский.
Я и там не слышу.
О.
Так, что я эти? Серега Кашкин. Посмотри. В русский и в английский? Да.
Сейчас в английский должен.
Должен прилетать в английский, да.
Good morning, dear friends. We start our session, Moscow Chamber of Commerce and Industry, dedicated to development of cities. From my point of view, this is one of the principal issues, because infrastructural development of the city, this is life and work of the city. In general, this is the atmosphere where every citizen lives, where every guest plunges. 2020 put before us unpredictable risks. 2020 made the challenges to which we responded, all of us. And however, 2020 did not stop development of our beloved Moscow. And how this all happened, what measures were of support taken, what every entrepreneur faced, what common job was done with the city, what participation was from Moscow Chamber and Industry, how we see further development of the city. We shall speak about it with our participants of today's session. I would like to present all those who are with us in the studio and those who connected to us with online. With us, Vladimir Platonov, Chairman of the Moscow Chamber of Industry and Commerce, Kirigin Vladimir, Chairman of the Support of the Industry and Entrepreneur Development of Moscow, in the nearest time colleague of the Chairman of our Guild of Structural Developments, Ms. Rotman, Petr Krasikov, Deputy Chairman of the Moscow Transport Hub, and Konstantin Rogov, Senior Executive Director of Moscow Communication. With us we have online Anoffa, Vice President of Moscow Commerce of Trade and Chain, Inna Pekova, Deputy Chairman of the Committee of Moscow Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Director of the Center of Creative Hospitality, Demichev, Chairman of the Bulgarian-Russian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Petr Krasikov, Deputy Director General of the Directorate of Moscow Industrial Hub. All other colleagues are sitting in the hall, and myself, Surin Vardanyan, I'm a Vice President of the Moscow Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Let me, colleagues, give the floor to Vladimir Platonov, Chairman of the Moscow Chamber of Commerce and Industry. How do you see how develops our city? What participation of our chamber takes part in all this? Thank you for this occasion to give the floor. I will repeat, this is 10th forum, and in the 3rd forum, Moscow Chamber of Commerce and Industry takes place. This is very indicative, and 10 years on initiative on Moscow. Such ambitious project takes place, Urban Forum, and you know this is not a festivity of large cities where they speak about their achievements. This is work, exchange of experience, and help to each other. This is good school for any inhabited area, because cities, they are first of all to face most complicated problems existing in any conglomerate, and this experience coming from large cities very important, interesting for any inhabited area, whatever size, to any country. This is all universal. Yesterday, Mrs. Sobyanin gave a speech and have spoken about success of Moscow during the last 10 years. In fact, they are enormous. In fact, they are in the 30 years of development of Moscow and return and restoration of market economy in our country. We change our country and our city. However, these 10 years are specific because the city developed in a complex way. And Mr. Sobyanin has spoken, saying that they see the task not only take out something singular, but being involved with many problems. And this formula may be converted into a tractable environment. People stay living in comfortable city, they invest money, they create jobs, and this attract new people. This is main formula of development of a city. Mr. Sobyanin recommended me to remember Moscow some 10, 15, 20 years ago, or even 50 years ago. You know, for me, there were two cities of Moscow. First has been created for in tourist guests. This was a vitrine of the Soviet Union, and a bit worse, this was for Muscovites. And most important, I consider, that was done during the last 10 years. The city fully adapted for comfortable living of Muscovites. And guests from near or far abroad or internal tourism which started developing, they all come and they enjoy what they see and what has been created for Muscovites. This is most important position, and I'm convinced that everything developing in a complex way, Moscow will not repeat negative experience faced by Brussels, Barcelona, and Venice when citizens became angry with the fact that the city has been fully given to tourists, sometimes even preventing them to live and enjoy their life in the city. So same again, Urban Forum helps cities, any inhabited areas, not to commit mistakes. Regarding commerce and industry, this is a structure which has been created by entrepreneurs, by first entrepreneurs appearing in Moscow. They understood very well that live and work and develop in Moscow, it is necessary to unite their efforts. So Chamber of Commerce and Industry exists more than 500 years, as it was everything new after ban to do any business. This was with the full support of city authorities. First Congress and further work with entrepreneurs, understanding what is necessary so as the business develops, and adopting laws. Moscow was one of the first regions adopting a law about commerce and industry. Then it was supported by other regions, and creation of conditions for businessmen and economic financial support. I'm convinced this has been paid back due to efforts of businessmen, and Moscow changed tremendously. State powers has given many solutions. If you start thinking all issues from menu up to how many people are employed, what is their salary, this was all given to business society. Moscow Chamber of Commerce and Industry, we may enumerate long what and how we do. However, I will focus on main interesting positions. Our experience, we understand very well that we are involved in the system of chambers of commerce and industry of Russia. We are in the system, as well as Russia is a chamber of commerce and industry. It is involved into world system of chambers of commerce and industry. This helps us exchanging experience and gaining. Important indicator that during these years, in income part of the budget from small and medium-sized business, a bit less than 25%. This is good, important indicator. This is not France with 50%, but they did not have such interruption as we had during 60 years when it was forbidden and punished by powers. We cooperate with the legislative and executive powers with different parties, and to our side deputies of all levels come and we discuss any complex problems out of which we need to find outcomes, either making amendments to law and specifying necessary things. When pandemic covered the world, We, uniting businessmen, we collected proposals, cooperating with executive powers, legislative powers. We sent all necessary materials, proposals being processed by executive powers. We are glad that all 5 packages which rescued the economy of the city, they included proposals which were initiated from Moscow Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Moscow Chamber of Commerce and Industry initiated help which was necessary after ban and limitations, not only get out from houses when shops, cafes, restaurant parks were closed. It was necessary to revive economy. So proposal, as it took place in some countries, monies were given to citizens and spent it in enterprises of the cities. We used also active people who came to election and voted for constitution. Only those who came, they received vouchers, and this was several billions of rubles, which were artificially, but in fact, plus involvements of citizens, they were invested into city economy, and this rescued many enterprises. And further development of this interesting vector, this is not know-how of Moscow, this is used in many other countries, and chambers of commerce, of industry take part, helping to activize people, making vaccines, vaccination, and getting voucher for 1,000 rubles for elderly people over 60 years old. This is good stimulus, and during 2 weeks already, people who made first inoculation, they take part in lottery of a car. In third Wednesday, there was second lottery. First 5 people received the first cars. This is not as people are purchased. If a person is respected, it is impossible to buy a person. This is attraction of an interest of people to the very important problem. Our rescue is between our hands. This is not invented in Moscow. This is world experience. This is a Russian Soviet experience. So as vaccination helps to rescue people from epidemics, and this work actively continues. Then I would like to focus on several other important projects which we conducted, projects of documents in order. When we prepare documents for businessmen which need to be with them so as they calmly leave and be ready for any check. This is business market project which we became winners at the International Chamber of Commerce and Industry. At this platform, during difficult times of pandemic, we conducted 4 virtual exhibitions, and they draw much attention. Regions came to this exhibition. They are thankful, and this work continue going. Vector, which is very important, social responsibility of the business. This allows Russian businessmen to correspond to norms existing all over the world. The businessman, not sufficient for him to pay taxes. Social responsibility need to be there. It is very positive for society. Then I would like to remind you that at one of our urban forums we have spoken about success of city powers with the Guild of Taximen, when we created market conditions for development of taxi, and during 10 years taxi service changed tremendously. Irregular taxes left forgotten, and ordinary taxi men can continue working, and using taxi is affordable. Now we are doing with many topics. 9 years ago, the state gave to businessmen technical observation of vehicles, and we face that. So we say now that technical observation of cars need to be changed. To whom interest it need to be. A technical observation of a car need to be in the interest of citizens. Citizens driving car, and he or she will never commit any violation because of a technical problem or failure. And this is technical observation. This is for people who are participants of road traffic. And we come with proposal, collect partisans and cooperate with powers at all levels, saying that new approach need to be for technical check of a vehicle. It needs to be convenient. A person comes, failure is found, and everything is corrected immediately. This is comfortable, this is convenient. So this repeats the idea that life in a city and technical check need to be comfortable. Altogether, we are less than 4,000 businessmen, and in Moscow we have 700,000 businessmen. And I want to say that no single action goes to the interest of members of the chamber. All we do in the interest of all Moscow businessmen and share experience with businessmen of Russia and all abroad. And distinctive feature of Moscow chamber, people successful are members, and they are not unindifferent. They are motors for development of Moscow regarding in business drive. I congratulate everybody, even in online, with the experience change, and wish success to all of us. Thank you. You stressed a very interesting moment once we mentioned city merger between a dialogue and the effect received, including taxi, Moscow taxi. Today, this is only 3 minutes of taxi coming to you after call. This is indicator which astonishes many of our foreign colleagues, and the costs as well. If taxi is comfortable, this allows comfortable, making taxi really affordable. Most important, for the first time in Moscow, taxi became public transport, and before this was something different. This was elite way of transport. This is principally important from point of view. City is comfortable for life, for living, for work in the city. And it has been stressed by colleagues, this is cooperation which is available between society and the city authorities. And during recent years, a concrete trend for enforcement of this trend, mutual consultation, and such structures like chamber speaks for as an expert side to develop technologies and measures of support which the state renders to this to business during these difficult times. And now I'm willing to give the floor to Alexander Derugin, a department of your department where you work, Department of Entrepreneurship Development. It is at the front. It is at the front line. It responds to be the first to all challenges, including in the issues of business. What measures are undertaken by the city today to support infrastructural projects, which business tasks with which we face on daily basis, all citizens of our city?
Suren, my dear colleagues, thank you very much for inviting me to the forum and for the opportunity to speak at this forum. I would like to say a couple of words in terms of statistics. So, despite this crisis that we've been having for the last 2 years, the subjects of small and medium business have been growing, and in the last year, the input into the Moscow city economy is increased by a quarter. There is more than 3.5 million Muscovites who work for small and medium business, including sole owners and self-employed people. And that means that we are much more closer to big cities and conglomerates. Last year we increased the amount of self-employed people increased by 650,000 people. That means these numbers speak for themselves. There is more and more enterprises, private enterprises in Moscow. And that sector becomes more and more important in Moscow. Because nowadays, the government of Moscow, the projects that government starts are discussed with enterprises, with small and medium businesses. And there is a great positive impact of that. And in terms of small and medium business support, it is nowadays concerned to be one of the best in the world, and we can divide it into a few parts. Okay, there are measures that are non-financial, measures of non-financial support. That means consultations and informational help that small and medium businesses can get. That works very well for those who want to start working as a small and medium business. And there we have such a great amount of digital services that are at help. And these beginners who are just starting in small and medium business can use all of these services and do great. Second part are our educational services and projects. I'm sorry, the clicker isn't really working. So our educational projects work with those who want to start with an idea, who only have an idea, and then go to specific projects of small and medium business. Of course, in this presentation I can't show you every measure that we do, every measure that we take to support small and medium business. And probably the most interesting part of our support for small and medium business is financial support. So the resources that the government of Moscow can offer. Our department offers subsidies to small and medium businesses. Since last year, we've increased the number of subsidies grew by 3. These are subsidies. Could anyone help me to change slides in my presentation? So here you see the subsidies, and they are very popular among small and medium businesses. These financial measures of support, we've already outgrew what have already happened 2 years ago. So the first subsidy, a mass subsidy, it is divided in 3 parts. There is a program of interest rate compensation and also a compensation of a part of money that people spend to get equipment. And in terms of hospitality industry, for example, we've added hotel services. Now we help hotels and educational processes and leisure projects. And this year we've also added food and beverage industry to cafes and restaurants. So hospitality industry, for example, can try and get 10 million rubles subsidy to apply at Moscow CCI. The next subsidy is a franchise subsidy. It is probably the most stable subsidy because it's built on ready-to-use schemes, and it works under our one universal brand. This subsidy, this is a 1 million rubles subsidy, and we also cover royalty, interest rates compensation, and many other things. Another very interesting subsidy is a subsidy for goods or services promotion. Last year we've modernized this subsidy. We've added not only online services but also exhibitions and congress events. We now compensate with this subsidy. We compensate what people spend on promotion and advertising. People can come to us, and we will compensate the expenses. Next slide, please. So this year we've added another subsidy. Is a subsidy for those who use target advertising. If there is a self-employed person or a sole owner who uses targeted advertising with the help of Yandex or other services, there is nothing else he has to do but to create a request, and this targeting advertising object, the service will advertise it in the internet. So we compensate these expenses, and it is a very popular subsidy. Probably the last kind of a subsidy that small and medium businesses can use. It is a subsidy for hospitality industry. It is a subsidy for educational projects, because small and medium businesses have to remain, to work very well, they have to keep on track of modern technologies and education. So we compensate at the maximum of 120,000 rubles for one person in one calendar year. So the next subsidy is for those who attracts. We now create great interest rates for those who need to get money from banks. We've attracted 100 million rubles from banks to help people with that. With this program, people compensate 8% of year interest rates, and the amount of small and medium businesses that used this last year is 1,700,000. And people can take. So also this year. This year we've created a interest rate, a lower interest rate.
И, соответственно, теперь на кредиты могут претендовать предприятия.
And now, food and beverage industry can try and get these preferential loans from our Moscow CCI.
Относятся как раз к этой категории.
And they're an organization that belong to this sector.
Ну и если перейти к последнему слайду, то это давно.
You can now get money at lower interest rates.
образованию, это меры гарантийной поддержки,
And we also have these guarantees,
не хватает залогового обеспечения.
and we have a fund that helps people with getting nice interest rates for money.
70% за предприятия.
So this guarantee coverage is up to 70%, 70% from the
На следующем слайде,
general sum of this
набрав который
sum.
будет узнать
So there is a QR code for those who wants to know more about the subsidies that I've been talking about.
предпринимательской деятельности.
And
Раз оговорюсь,
one more time,
все
I would like to say that all these measures of support
меры, которые
that we've been working with,
на слайдах, они разработаны непосредственно
they were elaborated together with the small and medium businesses and Moscow CCI.
в текущем году. Постоянно находятся с нами
And we are constantly in contact and in touch.
финансовых
And this system of financial and non-financial instruments,
и потребностей.
it evolves together with what we do for people. Thank you very much. Thank you, Alexander. I would also like to thank our colleagues at the department, because they are always very open to communication. They try to work together to solve the problems that arise all the time, solutions that are nice for everybody. Thank you very much. I would like to note one more thing. So, among these measures that the government takes for these projects, so these projects, they have to work with those who communicate. These projects request knowledge from partners who work with our businesses, who live not only in Moscow but in other cities of Russia and also in regions. Moscow, of course, is the capital, and other countries that we work with together. I would like to give the floor to Vladimir Padlko, Vice President of Moscow CCI. So the floor is yours. What do you think about communication between businesses?
Good morning, dear colleagues. First of all, let me use this occasion as a Muscovite on behalf of Moscow government to say a couple of words of gratitude to all members of Sobyanin team are showing such active work in the team and results which causes with all others feeling of pride and insurance in the future. Earlier programs taken in Moscow, which within people's name, capital repair or general refurbishment, as has been mentioned in 2018, according to observations in our Chamber of Commerce and Industry, practically they rearranged the relations and work in the city household. Let me remind you that earlier there were times when regions and citizens tried to come to Moscow so as to achieve new goods. You remember electrical trains coming to Moscow, and children were brought here to rest, and suddenly this all appeared in the region. So the significance which Moscow now returned to experience and developments, moments related to city development, this all return back to regions. And what happens now in large cities which are able to form appropriate budgets which may be allocated for development. This, according to me, this is new moment which highlights today's reality. Second vector, this is signals from us to our foreign colleagues. Absolutely sure that pandemic has shown that significant rupture between manufacturer and consumer and excessive dependence on import. This is very serious component when all the world started facing global dependence and the state was no more able to work in tight cooperation with each other, taking into account today's reality. This needs to be taken into account, and probably this will have impact onto determination of mutual cooperation between consumers and manufacturers. And here we see, first of all, that the nearest regions will receive additional stimulus for the Russian Federation for further development. And I think that Moscow consumers will first of all work to cooperate with stable suppliers. There are multiple. And third moment, which need to be highlighted, this is probably several times dependence, several times penetration into our life of everything related to digitalization. Digitalization has shown to everybody that through this, through ownership or investment of money to this sphere, not only expedite certain processes, for example, build up logistical chains and build up movement of goods, and also to get from this benefits and interest to digits, improving wealth, earn money, get medicines be brought to house. So digitalization is the moment which all of us thrilled, and we will work on it together. And today, now, everything related to Chamber of Commerce and Industry, it has been mentioned by colleagues that we are something like bridge between business and powers. We represent the interests of business in powers. On the other hand, we represent corporation rendering hundreds of kinds of services to businessmen. And here, our task is at this time to help these businessmen as quick as possible to come out from pandemic crisis, from this stop, rearrange its work, and everything necessary to be done presently is done by the Chamber, and the proposals are going upwards, and we try to render our services in majority cases free of charge. You see how we worked with the unsurpassable forces. We invite to our sites foreign investors so as bring them closer to our reality and trying to make so as they work not only in Moscow but in other regions of the Russian Federation. However, Moscow is the example from which you started being thrilled and let God us develop using same tempo. Many thanks. You mentioned thing which probably is felt by everyone in Moscow. Moscow made large step forward in development of digitalization. This was quality type jump, and during ordinary life, during 2-3 months, we managed to jump over periods required during 2 or 3 years, and Moscow became among 3 best cities in the world regarding comfort of work, of life. And this is evaluation not by ours, this is evaluation of foreign partners. And this is indicative in this case. Moscow became city what it became not only interesting to come and buy products. Moscow is visited to rest. Moscow is visited, became point of attraction for tourists of different kind. And I would like to give the floor to Nina Pekhova, Deputy Chairman of the Committee of Moscow Chamber of Commerce and Industry related to business, hotel and tourist industry. What occasions, what lessons were taken by operators and tourist companies from pandemic year 2020. And good morning, dear friends. I fully support conclusions made, and I'm willing to add from myself that tourism it is not a secret that business industry, hotel industry and tourist industry decreased by 70% all over the world. At the same time, we have a focus that regarding our beloved city. Statistics of the filling hotels, according to statistics from April 2020 to April this year, Moscow became #1 regarding load of hotels. And this is a resource and a success despite pandemic situation. Why we managed to succeed in getting such indicator? First of all, unification of businessmen. And if we speak about with the eyes of the purpose-oriented industry, tourist is mostly important for us. Tourist is being respected. They are more interested in their health. People start selecting better occasions under what conditions they will live, and now necessary to take into account for their further life what changed in tourist industry. Key criteria, this is safety during travel, during rest or business mission, conditions for allocation of hotel rooms, and for employees of the industry and travel companies. First of all, we developed an anti-crisis management plan, which we received many lessons, how to use the fund of accumulation and preserving jobs, and this is priority for us. The companies, this is first of all small and medium-sized business in hotel industry. Large support has been given to them by the government and measures of support because of subsidies allocated to small business. It was difficult for small business and managed to survive. And many proposals are made, and they continue coming to the market. A large check of the team and the way how we managed to survive, keeping jobs, it was very indicative for teamwork. What has been done? We introduced new market strategies for studying new solutions, rearranging tourists from rest abroad into internal tourism. This is the most important priority for purpose of rest and economy of impressions, and the tourism develops well. 20% of business affairs will never come back under present previous conditions. And people working on remote bases, we call them digitalized traveling tribes. They may afford living in the remote condition. New kinds of business for hotels, like delivery of food, creating individual packages for cities So city hotels were city packages, not for visitors but for citizens were created. And statistics saved, including load onto hotels. And people wanted to find out what is the place of their residence. And partnership projects were created which helped to survive, like support of the healthcare, allocation of places for doctors, and hotels rendered services, safe conditions in hotels. It was very safe for them, and also such support managed us to survive. A separate block for digitalization, digital changes, contact-free selections, and we are quite cautious, but we have tendency to use robots to carry luggage, deliver food, and new technologies help us. So we discuss also a platform, single platform for finding rooms, to find air tickets and transport, travel agencies for internal tourism, create new itineraries along Russian cities. And it is very indicative that excursions are made for early and not known places to find Moscow by eyes of engineer. And such problems find infrastructure of city from unprecedented, unattended life. Moscow became hub for travelers. So we created inter-regional itineraries where Moscow is beginning, middle of the end of the itinerary. So Moscow became involved into internal tourism, separate block, which is very important and priority. First of all, for internal tourism, when tourists became respecting places of interest, environment, with the support of historical inheritance, and individual excursions and visiting for suburban places where nobles lived. As a consequence, I would like to add that what we see, what is the future, traveler became more open and looking for proposal for stable development. He may find out world, and it is necessary to render conditions for work and rest in the same place. Brands need to create values and competitive advantages, strengthening trust, loyalty. These are main peculiar features for tourists, keeping him and knowing all his applications. And people always wanted to travel, and we need to give product of impressions. Passports of health of a traveler unite all technologies for companies to fill hotels. This is our nearest future, which is waiting for us. This will allow it quickly traveling in the world. And coming back to previous life, we look onto several projects and conditions. It is not necessary to focus on failures and use pandemic for allocation of all processes. Genius solutions are made. Thank you for Irina for this positive thoughts. In fact, any crisis, this is occasion for finding new solutions, and you're absolutely right to mention that what has been presented by Alexander Deligin, number of measures of support of industry, of hospitality, this is significant. Recently it increased because the city understands economic result of the industry for development of the city in general, for its positioning not only inside our country but also for its positioning abroad our country. And the city understands quite well that occasions, technological possibilities, capacities of the industry are very important for logistical center, because Moscow is the largest logistical center, and in this case, if the industry fails to work correctly, this will all have reflect on all us. So measures of support were given to the industry. You are right, current criteria change. And it is very good that we started looking what is near with us, not what was far. I'm willing to continue and ask to share experience. Georgy Minichev, chairman of the Directorate of Bulgaria, Russian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, what our Bulgarian friends see examples of development of tourist industry with them. Georgy, tell me a couple of words. Bulgaria is the closest neighbor to us, the country where tourists go with pleasure.
Good morning, colleagues. First of all, I would like to congratulate the organizers of this event. Moscow, in terms of city culture, city economy, and government has always been the example for us, also for Bulgarian cities and for Bulgarian capital, of course. And I'm hopeful that this tradition that was created years ago, this tradition of cooperation with the Moscow CCI, that works with different measures of popularization of Russian experience here in Bulgaria, these measures, these events will continue. And I would also like to declare that we are ready to cooperate, to continue our cooperation, and I would like to repeat, in the format that will be accessible to all of us when the time comes. So, I would like to see my colleagues' faces and to greet them. I'm happy to see that you look very well, that you are healthy and living. And I wish the same to your families. So when we discussed with their organizers, we discussed this event with the organizers, we were talking mostly about the tourism sector. So for Muscovites, it is very well known. So Moscow, for most of people, is very well known as a tourist attraction point. And it has been like this not only in the last 10 years, but before that also. Nowadays we're living in a crisis time, but that's not the first crisis for those who have been living here for quite some time. Of course, this crisis affected greatly the tourist industry. And primarily, it was connected to restrictions for people who wanted to travel in the country, or for those who wanted to go outside the country, in EU and in Russia. First of all, of course, lockdown measures, quarantines, restrictions for different sectors of economy. Unfortunately, it affected most gravely this lockdown and this lack of airplanes and the people who couldn't travel via airplanes. Nowadays it works again, but this procedure of collecting all these documents that you need to travel, of course, people who want to travel to Bulgaria and back to Russia, for example, people still get this great amount of questions and need to get this question, and this bureaucracy isn't very easy for people. And they need to get their medical documents, and they need to define their business status or medical status. They need to be a businessman who's on a business trip. So all of this creates a great lot of questions. Despite the universal format that was elaborated by the European Union. And it's not yet very well worked out. There's a great lot of questions in terms of time that takes to make these documents and to collect them. So Bulgaria is a part of, is a member of European Union, but this, so to speak, this unclear part of this procedure creates this restriction between the countries. Bulgaria government still has a lot to do to overcome these difficulties, and I hope that they will, because business and businessmen and administration and local administration and authority are very much interested in this sustainable tourism industry. And they are very much interested in solving these arising problems. What I would also like to say is that, of course, the situation that Ms. Pehova was talking about, the statistics that she shared with us in terms of tourism and traveling. Yes, there are some weak operators that will leave the market eventually. In comparison to Moscow, here in Bulgaria, average situation for tourism operators is worse, and I'm slightly jealous of Moscow for being able to transform this negative situation into a positive one. The way they operated quickly, they reacted rapidly at this problem. They coordinate very well to share this positive experience, so that consumers react positively at what they have implemented. Tourists took this alternative and were happy with it. So we here in Bulgaria, we've found a special way of doing the infrastructure itself. The infrastructure of tourist objects in the last few years. It has come. It has evolved, and we now have a great amount of small operators, tourist operators, and that work not only in the most popular tourist zones by the sea or in the mountains, but also in mineral waters, in mineral springs and other ecologically pleasant territories. So now we have quite a few new examples of, so to speak, family tourists, family businesses, small family businesses. And this crisis, before the crisis, this infrastructure was working for, so to speak, rural economy, and for those who was, for tourists that were coming from neighboring countries or for those who was coming to Bulgaria for the weekend and didn't want to spend too much time there. But then, when the holiday time came, and during national holidays, this infrastructure of family business, family, or for people who was interested in a certain hobby or interested in a certain area here in Bulgaria, or for those who wanted to practice some kind of outdoor sport, we had this infrastructure for them. In the biggest cities, in the capital of Bulgaria, in Sofia, a great amount of office personnel went on remote working. So their job and their engagement allowed them to work well while staying at home. And even after the lockdown, the restrictions were taken down, this situation didn't really change. So the employees and the employers discovered that there is a new format for this mutually pleasant cooperation. So it was, they created this remote working from home. And when their summer season came, people discovered another thing. Due to this big amount of people who work from home, for them the notion of weekend, the notion of national holidays, it became slightly unclear. So this was a technical possibility for them to leave, to go somewhere when it is technically a holiday, but for them not too much, not really, to go somewhere and enjoy time with their family. And that allowed them, especially now when it's summer, to not only go outside the city that they live in and use the opportunity that the city offers, the beauty of Bulgarian nature, but also to change the spots, to change the areas they go to go around the Bulgaria, to create this, so to speak, timetables, this rotation of traveling around Bulgaria. And this helps at least to one sector of the tourist economy here in Bulgaria. That's how we compensate slightly for the lack of tourists that come from other countries. Of course, we still lack about 80% of what we've usually had in the summer season. I don't want to predict the future, because I don't want to be too optimistic. I don't want to say something too optimistic, because I really am not an optimist. But I want to be really surprised by the results of this year, of this summer season. Georgi, we have a time restriction. One more time, I would like to thank you all. I would like to wish you that the next year, the next time we have this event, it would be offline in Moscow. Thank you very much. Thank you, Georgi, very much. I've let Georgi speak, but I want you all to respect this time restriction. I would like to give the word to Rafael Shageev, President of Central Siberian Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Спасибо большое. Слышно, да? Все хорошо?
Many thanks. Do you hear me? Do you see me? I would like to thank Moscow Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Vladimir Mikhailovich, for invitation to such important event for all the country, because today this is a story which is made by specific people. I would like to say that our friendly relation brings us to tangible results, the structure of the building, and we receive it as a number of economy and kinds of activity serving production and non-production and infrastructure. This is a set of issues related to development of territory, and with practice shows that the territory of our region, our infrastructure develops rather empirically rather than systematically, not on using methodological tools. It has been said well about clever governments of Moscow, and as of today we try to such a kind of solution. And speaking about specific feature of our region, this is largest region, region number 2, and where 2.3 million square kilometers, where a bit more than 3 million people live, approximately 74 square kilometers per one citizen. And we understand that we live on the enormous area, and we have a very good river artery which may connect us with Asia. And in this view, we see priorities highlighted by our program for development of the region. And structure of consumption and production, take into account economic activity, we do not see growth, we do not see development, and it happens that main topic which is important for us, increase of sales of the production, and so on. We live, as we said, in the largest region where machinery is well developed, mining industry well developed, natural resources, passports of our industry, and large industries, large Norilsk, Nickel, Rusal, Rosneft are here. I mentioned specifically large area of our region because our input related not only to the fact mentioned by Vladimir Ivanovich, related to the force majeure, including pandemic started last year, and the general scope of subsidies received from the chamber free of charge, approximately 20 million. This is serious money, and I'm willing to say a couple of words regarding direction of the dialogue with powers. Powers hear us, and our proposal were perceived in a painful, not in a painful way, but in quite positively. And Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Russia took active part in development, and we were in permanent dialogue. On basis of proposal by mayor of the town regarding foreign external activity, we prepared concept for development of the city, but we studied in relation to all development of Krasnoyarsk region. We consider Krasnoyarsk city as development of all the territory which relates to our region. This is large cities, Norilsk and other cities, and in this view I'm willing to say that territory of the territory depends on Krasnoyarsk, on infrastructure as economical center, and in this view I'm willing to make analogy with Moscow on invitation of Vladimir Mikhailovich. It has been mentioned several times, digitalization, without which no development, because many territories do not know that what need to be produced, what need to be developed. So the practice given by Moscow and marketplace giving today serious stimulus to development. We know we have for us demand for our production. This is beginning, but this is the story which anticipates infrastructure and informational support. And I'm willing to focus your attention that this is our strategically important and willing to address of Moscow and the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of the Russian Federation in personality of Sergei Kashirin express gratitude for solution regarding finding of suppliers. As of today, we have more than 600 organizations staying there, having contracts on basis mentioned by esteemed speakers. I'm willing to say that we will use this occasion and we speak about single economic space helping business. And coming back to the topic related to challenges and related to foreign COVID stories, rearrangement of the market, flow of goods, container goods, which turned upside down world economy. I'm willing to say that beside remote territories depending on megapolises, and Krasnoyarsk is the most the city located at the far east of Russia and having many economical processes. We need to say here that our territory municipal organization has no program in view of future developments. And once head of the administration is asked how much money you need to develop business, very often we do not receive any answer because there's no single approach. The chamber prepared now concept of Central Siberia, which is coordinated with the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Russia, with Mr. Fatiev. Many thanks to him. And such tool has been created to provide a single understanding of attractiveness of the territory so as to attract investments. And I'm coming that territory is not far from Krasnoyarsk. So-called satellite territories may develop to develop single standard, single infrastructure territory, which may allocate investors as buyers of the project. Sorry, just 10 seconds to complete your speech. So shortly saying, as of today, we have issues which we propose to our forum to place it as proposals of innovative programs attractive for Moscow business, for other regions of Moscow. And completing my speech, I'm willing to express gratitude to support given to business. This is really much allocating resources by us and by powers, and thus we create tool uniting enterprises and marketplaces created on basis of Moscow Chamber. This is our good orient. Many thanks, Raphael. We are limited in time, so I'm asking speakers to stick to 5-time limit. I'm willing to give the floor to our foreign partner. I'm willing to give the floor to Petr Krasikov, Deputy Chairman of Moscow Transport Hub, regarding development of infrastructure partnership, regarding private public partnership. Good morning, colleagues. I greet you. I will try to be very short. Many thanks for occasion to give the speech in the framework of today's event. No doubt it's obvious for everybody that infrastructure develops including Moscow transport development. Regarding some aspects, it is impossible not to see infrastructure of Moscow region. All this work as a single well-coordinated system. And we understand well that we face during recent 2 years certain complications, difficulties which had impact onto to possibilities of the budget regarding development of the transport infrastructure. And moreover, presently it is relevant to draw this private investment to development of transport infrastructure, and about which I'm willing to speak shortly. In fact, Moscow Transport Hub has a full sector of different vectors of development where involvement of private investments are possible. And these projects are allocated to large infrastructural projects to design road network, airports, airfields, and quite significant, relatively small local projects, local road network in the format of tube transport, put over railroads, and development of small infrastructure in the framework of rail way network, passenger walks on top of above railways, and the scope of investments and occasions of to draw private investments may be used in different scopes in different projects. And regarding digital base, I will say shortly that main tool to implement infrastructural projects, this legislation about concession agreements, and this project is quite flexible. We use quite often, including private investments in Russia, and we use legislation regarding life cycle of contracts and concession agreements. I'm willing to say that recently we work very actively using a private concession initiative when some projects are proposed and they are studied by the state, and on the result of a study, taking procedures, concession agreement is made. And regarding approaches to structure proposals, they are quite serious. They differ quite significantly between Moscow and Moscow region and federal bodies of power. In Moscow, this is first of all involvement of investments from private investments, as we see it on example of north parallel road to Kutuzovsky Avenue, and regarding suspended road, overhead road, new technologies and life cycle regarding rolling stock, regarding metro cars, and also development of relocation stations taking into account transport infrastructure. At the federal level, no doubt that these are large projects. Moscow Aviation Hub and concession projects regarding three largest airports, large size projects realized by Avtodor company, railroad infrastructure, which is actively discussed by all those involved. Regarding Moscow region, we have quite large number of projects, large number of those interested to make investment into wide spectrum of investment projects, quick tram, road infrastructure, and roads where a number of concession agreements are made by government of Moscow region, and development of other projects, first of all railroads and parking places, photo and video filming of road traffic, and smaller projects, and our colleagues are open for proposals and seeing interest to draw investments. Regarding point of view of Directorate of Moscow Transport Hub, I'm willing to stress that we created by Moscow and Moscow region government to coordinate activity regarding development of Moscow Transport Hub, including we organize meetings of coordination committee at the level of government of the Russian Federation, and regarding investment projects, drawing private investments, we are doing preliminary preparation, development in the framework of working groups of principally important schemes to implement projects, typical ways to implement projects, studying documents, number of projects, and no doubt as main functionality, coordination and monitoring of implementation of measures which are already implemented. So once again, I'm willing to stress that specifically at present time we are open for proposals for interested investors regarding development of transport infrastructure. Possibilities are there, and appropriate information is available also at our website. By this is all from my side. Many thanks for invitation. Many thanks. In fact, the coordination in large transport hub as Moscow, this is key word, and it has key significance. So many thanks for your work, and I think that the project which we will shift now for review, it is incorporated in the story to create a mutual project of Moscow and Moscow region. I am willing to give the floor to Vitaly Tovikov, their deputy president, to develop of the local transport infrastructure. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Suren. Good morning, colleagues. I would like, of course, to congratulate everyone on this great event. It's undoubtedly Moscow Urban Forum is a great event. It's hard to underestimate it. Of course, in this situation of total pandemic, however, the challenges and the threats that turn around us, we have to find solutions for them, and the life goes on no matter what. So in terms of Moscow and the Moscow region, I can't disagree with those who've already spoken. It's already been stated that 20 or 30 years ago nobody could recognize Moscow, and it changes, it evolves rapidly. I was born in the Crimea and lived in other regions of Russia, and I know how important it is to have this evolution, this change, because it stimulates and motivates people to work, and the Moscow CCI is the key chain that connects the government, the authority, and the people of the country that live in it, the people that enjoy this comfort. That's this is the key cooperation that we have. So in terms of these infrastructural projects, my presentation is rather big, so that's why I'll have to shorten it. Yes, we will have a second part of this discussion. So Piotr was talking about this infrastructure and the different projects that we have, and these are very important as a chain, as a key chain and organizing point. It's no secret that transport in this sector of economy is the thing that guarantees smooth work here. So any
агломерации, так и в регионах
agglomerate infrastructure
бизнеса укладывается
on any levels of economy works with
инфраструктурных проектов. И вот
these transport hubs. So the building, the construction of these hubs
факторы успеха.
is the key factor of this smooth running project.
И
Moscow, for instance, and the Moscow region,
две
every day they
в день.
every person in Moscow region do 2 or 3 rides in Moscow, and 340 rides a year.
Безусловно, совершенно
And Muscovites, of course, do much more rides in Moscow and go abroad much more than other people in Russia.
высокая доля деловых
Of course, in Moscow, there is a big part of that are business trips,
зарождает
and
атмосферу малого
that's how we build this
предпринимательства и
atmosphere of business cooperation in connection to transport solutions.
является как
Because energy sources and transport are
жизнь
2 elements that guarantee
государства.
the well-being of this economical system.
Решением на сегодня
So the solution for today,
так. Ну, слайд, пожалуйста.
could you please click the next slide?
Межрегиональная
So this solution
и внутренняя коммуникация
is guaranteed by interregional communication.
общества. Этим самым охватывается
This
часть населения для
means that the active part of population,
потребителя, так и для
the final consumer and the supplier of services,
конкретики. Это легкорельсовый трамвай является
the tramways
наиболее эффективным решением.
and other rolling stock types
Это
are the nucleus of this project.
бизнесов малого и среднего предпринимательства
These medium and small businesses are also members of this ecosystem. And Moscow and the Moscow region are examples of how it should be. But cities such as Krasnodar, Volgograd, Tobolsk, Ufa,
Республика Крым
the Crimea
нуждаются в идентичных
need
комплексных решениях
these solutions, need these projects,
трамвая в связке с градостроительством и
these light tramways, these electrobuses.
комплексность проектов подразумевает
These complex projects,
связь
they
локальных центров
connect local centers
обеспечения жизнедеятельности и функционирования
to guarantee
независимо от
life of these.
объектов инфраструктуры. Развитие
And
транспорта в агломерациях должно
this
быть
transport in these agglomerate areas guarantees these key
доступным.
objectives of accessibility and comfort.
ЛРТ, как я уже
This light tramway project that I already talked about
показательный
in Moscow and the Moscow region are exemplary,
проектов
but identical projects are also need to be created in
аэротран
different regions of Russia.
исполнителем таких проектов.
For example,
Системы
Aerotram is the supplier of this kind of tramways,
на ключевые факторы
and that is how we create effective principles of work.
минимизацию капитальных
We create standards for
затрат
lowering expenses
среднего предпринимательства,
for medium and small businesses.
дорожно-транспортная
We lower
минимизация
casualties in car accidents.
проекты ЛРТ
These
решения.
tramway projects are a complex decision,
Решение в инфраструктуре,
a complex solution in the infrastructure of our city
формирование
and the regions also.
также
We create this business sphere,
инфраструктурных проектов. И поскольку
and thus
ограничиваться по
this
количеству транспортно-пересадочных узлов,
due to the fact that these tramway lines needn't be restricted in terms of length,
которые
they can create themselves a great infrastructure, an open infrastructure that can't exist without small and medium businesses.
диджитализации
And in today's digitalized world,
базис проекта
this infrastructure will connect
количество функциональных.
these tramways and the other part of infrastructure in one thing.
Кстати, скажу,
By the way,
что учитывая
I'd like to say that due to popularity of this project,
северной столицы в экономическом
St. Petersburg,
особое значение уделялось развитию
at St. Petersburg Economic Forum, there was a certain focus on this project of light tramways.
Марат Хуснуллин. Также
Marat Husnulin at this forum said
документ
and signed the contract of integration of the railroad
реализации
into the project.
на основе ЛРТ. При этом каркас
And the carcasses and the nucleus of this project would be
перевозка грузов и перевозка пассажиров.
two projects that were already discussed.
Будущего.
And Marat Husnulin mentioned that railroads are the transport of the future. And it's very important to have the
Так вот, финансирование,
finance for these projects,
в том числе и
and to realize these projects, to create them,
осуществляется за счет
means to have support, to have investment from other countries, to have cooperation and to have partners
взаимодействия малого и среднего бизнеса.
that cooperate with small, medium businesses and the government also.
Уже отмечал и добавлю.
So these infrastructure projects
Сегодня невозможно, потому
aren't something that we can live without nowadays, because in Moscow and in regions,
организм. Единый
Moscow and regions are a single organism that give us this development that we need. So the most important
начинанием и
beginning, the most important thing that we could do to develop this project is the development of these projects in regions. Thank you very much.
Анне Красновой-Ротман.
I would like to give the floor to Anna Krasnova.
Проектов. Анна, коротко. Как
I would like you to speak.
Коллеги, я поздравляю вас всех с сегодняшним большим днем.
This really festivity, we all meet together second time on the infrastructure topic. And I'm willing from the very beginning express gratitude to Moscow Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to Vladimir Mikhailovich personally for support given to us once topic of infrastructure has not been spoken much, some 3-4 years ago. And we met at Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We explained that we are doing infrastructural projects. The process is quite long. The project is quite difficult. Not everybody sustain it, but we managed to get understanding by the management of the chamber. And in 2019, Moscow Chamber organized a guild for developers of infrastructural project. And this was very much did for us. And during third year, we work in the framework of the program of Moscow Chamber of Commerce and Industry, in the framework of Moscow Guild, and projects which from the very beginning were singular for Moscow transport hub, for Moscow agglomeration. We hope that in the framework of the Chamber of Moscow and links related to the region, we may large-scale these projects. Vitaly and Piotr Alexandrovich mentioned that presently one project is at the stage of launching. This in the south of Moscow region, with coming to the territory of Moscow, a very useful project. We will speak about it later in view of time limit. And regarding today's event, once I had been coming to the building, slogan of Moscow urban industry, Moscow Urban Forum. This is infrastructural development, so man-centric, so everything needs to be done for a man, for a person. An infrastructural project which we implement on the one hand are complicated and not for every person at the stage of implementation, but they give enormous space for development of small and middle-sized business. So in fact, it's a drive of Russian territories, territories of any size, because transport projects are large-scaled. We have large infrastructural plans. We hope further that management of the chamber will support us. Mostly in the framework of the chamber, we would like to say we create a communicational site for all infrastructural business, not only for Moscow, but for regions. And I would like my colleague Konstantin Mironov, he represents our guild, quickly, within time frame, name several projects. Yes, I'm willing to the second part of the event. We will study a specific project. Principally, this may be announced. Konstantin, may you quickly do it, because I'm willing that later all colleagues reply to one question. What is most important for you regarding infrastructural development of the city? In this case, I will say quickly that we will mention details at our initiatives during second part of the event. And what is important, it is natural and surprising that communication projects related to infrastructure were born and continue growing in the walls of the Moscow chamber. It became obvious that accumulation of experience of Moscow and Moscow region and many regions of Russia is extremely important for mutual growth, mutual enrichment, and mutual development. And I will continue later. Vladimir Mikhailовich, what is most important for you regarding infrastructural development of the city? This is the system which has been created around person and for person. Alexander? The person is central. This has been said correctly. This is comfortable and convenient existence of the citizens and occasion to development closely to these projects. Vitaly, you? Allah already responded. I would say here that these are motivators and generators for the government, and this is cooperation, mutual communication with the citizens and the guests of the agglomeration. Do you have something? I have a proposal. I have female understanding of infrastructure. This is love to yourself and to close people through comfortable environment of living. Colleagues in Duma, may you say something about, we have very little time. Inna, what is most important for us? A female understanding has been heard. I fully support female understanding, and I will add the creative and way of thinking, and proactiveness is very important for further development of the city. Piotr, and you? In view of our profile, I will say that it's important to coordinate our activities so as this all unite the synergy into infrastructure and develops in a coordinated scale. Georgi, you? Cities specifically like Moscow is first of all innovations and example for others. Thank you, Georgi. Vladimir Mikhailовich, so I will in the end say many thanks to all Moscow businessmen, unindifferent, energetic, coming to Moscow chamber, bringing new perspectives. We may not do not support you because you determine how the project, how the city need to develop. Many thanks to you. We will not forget your colleagues. I do not see whether we have questions. I think that we are limited in time. If questions arise during session, if you have any ideas and proposals, please put them in writing. Please come. As it has been said, Moscow Chamber of Trade and Industry open for communication, for discussion of projects and creation of the communicative, mutually profitable infrastructural space. We are ready to work together so as our city becomes better, more successful. Many thanks to everybody for participation and for everybody who stay with us or connected with us and giving speeches. Many thanks to our regional and foreign friends. All the best. I wish you help and success.
Добрый день, на моих часах практически без 10-12.
Good morning, it's 10 to 12, or almost, and we are starting our session, the Star Trek, the new prospects and realities of tourism. I will tell you a few details about what we are going to talk about today. It's clear that the pandemic and the tourism sector, well, the tourism sector was really affected by the pandemic. Last year was the worst for the tourist sector in its history, about 11 times worse than the 2008 crisis. Talking about the numbers, according to the World Tourist Organization, in 2020, world tourism lost $1.3 trillion. This is a huge number. And of course, I don't want to repeat that what people say, that a crisis is also an opportunity. I preferred the quote from the Washington Post is that a crisis is a disguised blessing, a blessing in disguise. And of course, it's also about masks. It's a masked opportunity. So, and we are all wearing masks. So right now we are having a pause in the tourist sector, and there are also projects for digitalization, for more corporate involvement. Recently, some new fashionable trends have been added, such as environment-friendly tourism. It's clear that the industry is changing, like in 2008. And back then, we remember some very interesting changes. For example, the launch of Airbnb, which is now a global platform that everyone is aware of. And there are some other important players who are ready to provide assistance in the tourist sector. Of course, the pandemic will change the tourism sector again. Now the question is, who is going to benefit from this? What to do with this delayed demand that we have, this pent-up demand, because we don't have this possibility to leave our country, or those possibilities are limited. We are going to discuss those issues today, and we are going to talk about how to support the players in this sector. What strategy should we follow? How can we help the maximum number of the involved parties, of the stakeholders? Today I have with us Irina Prunicheva, the head of tourism of the sector of Moscow, and we have more people, Sandra Karval, the head of Market Intelligence and Competitiveness World Tourism Organization. Hello, Sandra. Ahmed Ioueda, Global Coordinator of Cultural Heritage and Sustainable Tourism, World Bank. Hello, Ahmed. I welcome you. Chris Fair, President, CEO, Resonance Consultancy. Hello, Chris. Good morning, or good afternoon, or good evening, depending on what part of the day it is there. And Pedro Valle, Regional Director, Russia and CIS, Visit Flanders. I will take a couple of more minutes in order to talk about the technical possibilities during our session. As I already said, we will spend some time to give some background information. This means that each of our speakers is going to have about 6 or 7 minutes to give a talk and to share their opinion about all those issues that I just mentioned very quickly. In parallel, we are going to introduce 2 interactive formats to understand what is of interest to you, our audience. The first format is a poll. I will ask you to launch it in a couple of minutes. And the second one is your questions, of course. So after this first stage, when we have this background information, when every speaker has spoken, we will have about 20 minutes to organize a vivid discussion. I will see all the questions on my gadget. I also have some additional questions from my side. So this is going to be a non-planned discussion. Ekaterina, let us start with you. Well, sorry, it was a false start. Let's start with a poll, because it is going to touch upon the topic I'm going to start. This is our poll. The recovery of the tourist sector will happen in, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 possible answers. So I don't know if we have optimists amid us who will say that the recovery will be this year, or there will be people who can say it's in 2021, and the other answers are 2022, 2023, and 2024. And we will show the results on the screen. I'm going to often quote the World Tourist Organization today, most of the WTO experts. And at this session, the WTO is the World Tourist Organization, of course, because it's not the World Trade Organization. In our session, it will be the World Tourism Organization. So most of the experts are not expecting any recovery in this sector for a couple of years. Actually, some of them say that it will be 2024 at the best, and the most pessimistic scenario is having to wait for another 4 years. So what's your evaluation of the prospects for recovery in Moscow? Who should we support? What needs to be done? And in terms of digitalization, just a couple of years ago, we sat here with you in Moscow when the UN General Assembly came to Moscow, and we were discussing Ruspass. We could never anticipate this topic back then. So in terms of digitalization, what's happening in the city right now? Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I'm really happy that despite all the restrictions, such events like Urban Forum, like a platform for experience exchange, are continuing their work. And if we talk about what we need to do in order to ensure tourism recovery, it's experience exchange, the launch of new projects, new formats. And within the last 2 years, we also talked a lot about communications. It's the buzzword today. So let's talk about tourism now. What is it all about? Unfortunately, my clicker is not functioning. Can you help me? Yes, I will try to do something. I usually can do this, but I need the slides. Let's switch the slides on. And we need to be able to control it. Okay, let's start the conversation because we have a tough schedule, but anyway, what's happening now? It's clear that there are restrictions caused by the pandemic. And of course, they impacted the industry. The tourism numbers dwindled. The number of tourists coming to Moscow went down. What barriers are there? And what points of growth do we have now, thanks to this situation? Let's start talking about the barriers and the expectations. So, what's the main expectation? This spring, we had a forecast of our plans, and our respondents were the residents of the Russian Federation who participated in a survey about the new trends in tourism. And they answered the question of what products were important to recover tourism in Russia and also international tourism. It's important to point out the following thing. The main expectation or the main demand is the request for safety. It's about medical safety. It's about economic security and transport security and safety. Because the most important problem that travelers are facing is that their safety and security are not always ensured. So we understand that this barrier that we have involving health and the probability to fall ill, so it's really important to tackle this issue. The second preference is the preference for an individual approach. Of course, group tours that the sector organized took up the leading place in the portfolio in the past. But right now, they are not in such great demand because it's all about the safety of a journey. The more people there are in a group, the more difficult it is to guarantee health safety. And also the main trend today is communications, and also there are a lot of requests for trips or voyages in small groups where people want to communicate with each other, want to communicate with some loved ones, with their family. And right now the industry needs to be ready for launching new projects designed for small groups of tourists who are going somewhere spontaneously. And the important thing is that the majority of travelers said that the opportunity to travel, the possibility to travel, is paramount for them. Last year, Yandex carried out a survey. It was just after the lifting of the first lockdown restrictions, and 80% of respondents said that they were ready.
Сложившийся за пандемию образ действия и готовы поехать.
To change their plans and to travel as soon as there is an opportunity to travel. So people are ready to travel. Moreover, traveling is an important part of happiness and life satisfaction. And we, as representatives of the government and of the industry, need to guarantee that traveling is safe from the medical point of view, and we need to respect this demand. A little bit of magic. Let's talk about the trends we are talking about. There is an expectation of quality service. Our guests want to have medical aid at any moment. And there is also niche tourism. The tourist sector should offer individual approaches for anyone. It can be ecotourism, industrial tourism, or cultural and educational tourism. New opportunities. What other trends do we have? And what's our point of growth? It's those people who are used to working remotely. We've got lockdown for about 18 months in many countries. People do not have any possibility to travel. Therefore, people want to work comfortably. Life and work are more and more intertwined. They're all mixed up, so this is why there is a request for the so-called digital nomads. Digital nomads are special kind of tourists who are ready to travel while working, and the industry should now react to this new trend. You talked about digital nomads. You have only 1 minute left. Can you tell us something about the digital format, because it's so important? Yes, of course. We need to understand that the two formats that are very popular right now is Ruspass. Thank you, Tatiana, for bringing it up. And this is also the possibility for individualization. Ruspass is the opportunity for the industry to create new offers, and it's about government support. promotion of new offers. Why is this important? It's about safety and digitalization of our lifestyle. As a result, we need to give the opportunity of individual choice. Just through 1 or 2 clicks, you can look up what famous bloggers are doing and plan your journey. And there is another trend behind digitalization. This is a platform for industry communication. We also have Moscow Travel Hub starting from last year, and it was a program aiming to open up new formats in order to digitalize those offers that the tourist sector players have, not only tour operators but also hotels and sites. So what do we have now? It's 3 different formats of industry communication. We have a travel hub, which gives you the opportunity to create new offers. We also have a factory of tourist products, providing interesting offers to the travelers. And of course, it's educational and communication products for the industry. So our future trend is individual approach, digitalization of offers, and of course digitalization of the industry.
Our digital literacy has grown, so now we have more offers and more opportunities. Let's have results of questionnaire to see what year was the most voted for. And now I've been preparing Chris's presentation, so we will pass to your presentation soon. Okay. Most respondents are for 2023. Chris, let's switch to your presentation, because we started to talk about recovery of tourist sector and about trends that may help. It is clear that internal tourism has a real opportunity to grow right now, because we are physically closed in the limits of our countries. Should we pay more attention to internal tourism and to attract our tourists into our internal sites, and to test some offers on internal level to propose it then abroad? And then I heard about an idea that city tourism is very adaptable and easy to change. We won't even talk about an idea that tourist sector depends on vaccination rhythm. Every article says about that, and it is clear. But my first question is about city tourism, and the second question about the internal tourism. Could it be a pillar of recovery? How do you think? Yes, it is clear that we have an opportunity to solve some old problems like ecology, environment, and travel that may be more ecological, hotels quality, and so on. We are also talking about some extra tourism, over tourism. Okay, what are the problems that we are facing now, and what are the problems should be resolved in priority right now, please?
Well, thank you very much for your questions, and I'll try and answer those in 5 parts. First, it's a pleasure to join you. I'm joining you from Vancouver in Canada today, and here next to the U.S. in our work at Resonance, working with different cities across the Americas. You know, we have a front row seat, as many destinations in the U.S. have been open for a couple of months now, so we're starting to see what recovery might look like. And our first observation is that the recovery of travel and tourism, when you look at the poll, guessing what year's the answer, we think all of those answers are correct. And the reality is that we won't see a V-shaped recovery where all destinations and all segments of the industry recover at the same time. Instead, we expect to see a more of a K-shaped recovery where segments of the industry, in fact, some we're seeing have already not only recovered, but have surpassed the records they were setting in 2019, while other destinations or segments of the industry within destinations may struggle for many years to come. And we're seeing that actually unfold here in the United States, where many luxury destinations are already achieving the highest rates in occupancy and RevPAR that they've ever had, even higher than they were before the pandemic. So these resort destinations are doing very well. And at the other end of the spectrum, so too is the economy segment of the market. It's really the middle of the market that relies on business travel, meetings, conventions, and events that's languishing. So that's within a recovering destination. But as we also look internationally, destinations are going to recover at different speeds and times, as you mentioned, based on vaccinations and policies between countries. So those destinations that were largely domestic before, recovering quicker, while those destinations that relied more on international travelers have a longer road to go. I think the second key point to your questions is really about thinking. You mentioned over-tourism, and that, while COVID is a disease that really has decimated the tourism industry, in some ways it has been a cure for some elements and issues with tourism that we were seeing prior to the pandemic, with over-tourism and too many international travelers in certain periods of time in certain destinations. So, of course, tourism coming to a full stop. This is an opportunity that some cities we're working with that are looking at as an opportunity to reset tourism in their destination. Places like Amsterdam that are looking at relocating the red light district. This is an opportunity to think about shifts in policy and how visitors consume and visit the destination that can be put in place now. Or in Barcelona, work that was done prior to the pandemic with thinking about Las Ramblas, the pedestrian boulevard, and policies and design changes that could be made to return that street to make it more accessible to citizens rather than just tourists. So these are all changes during this moment in time that we see as positive elements. I think the third key point, as you mentioned, towards thinking about remote work and how that might affect cities. We do think about that as a major trend, and regardless of how much or how little you think people within one country to the next will work remotely, it does stand to reason that will have an effect on tourism, and an opportunity for something of what we call residential tourism, where visitors are coming to cities for longer periods of time, staying in residential apartments or parts of the city. And of course, we saw this, as you mentioned, with Airbnb and the rise of that platform over the last 5 to 7 years. So this is a trend that could really accelerate coming out of the pandemic as cities recover. And we see residential tourism as actually a really positive force to look at in terms of gaining the economic impact of visitors that come for longer periods of time, but with less requirements on infrastructure in terms of transportation to and from the destination. I think this idea about remote work is also ties into, as you think about video conferencing, and we're attending this conference by Zoom. And of course, we've all learned how to do many business meetings by Zoom, and that will have a negative impact, on independent and individual business travel. But what's less talked about, and as we see as a potential trend coming out of this, is that if more people are working remotely, it's more likely that we'll see a rise in a need for group business travel. And we can see evidence of this prior to the pandemic in cities like Seattle, with companies and corporate headquarters for Amazon and Microsoft. Just those two companies alone accounted for more than 25% of all meeting and group business within the city of Seattle, as they brought clients and workers from different offices together for various meetings, conferences, and events. So if employees are working more remotely, we see this counter trend to that of companies needing to bring their employees and their workforce together. So this could create demand for a different type of business travel that may replace the independent and individual business travel, or even supplant it in the future. So I think it's just, as you think about our hope and vision for what tourism looks like within our cities, is that these confluence of trends will help create a more sustainable version of urban tourism coming out of the pandemic. That really the impact of tourism on our cities is driven by a high frequency, short duration of stays. That if we can shift that model and that behavior towards less visits of longer duration, we will be able to see the same sort of economic contribution of tourism to the urban economies but reduce the impact and the cost that goes along with it. And that would likely lead to a more sustainable and prosperous vision for tourism in our cities in the years to come, cities around the globe.
Thank you, Chris. Perfect with the timing. And I've been surprised. I forgot about digital nomads. Yes, this is something important. This is like a moving force. Thank you, Chris, for making a bridge to my next topic. I would like to talk about sustainable development. Yes, I saw a lot of data provided by World Tourist Organization, and I discovered some interesting ideas. That was a document of Welcome City Lab and of France Tourism Agency. 5 trends were listed in this document, and these trends will develop this sector, taking into account pandemic factors. So these are the following factors. Health factor, digital transformation factor. We talk about this all the time, and we know this concept. We know all the terms related to this, and then conscient consummation. This is the 3rd trend. I would like to talk about this in details. Let's talk about this later. And we have another 2 trends: immersive technologies and priority of city as a center of attraction. As for immersive technologies, we will talk about this later also. Okay, conscious consummation, new trends in city tourism. So I would like to talk about these 2 topics with Sandra. Sandra, do you agree that now those 2 trends are leading ones, and what we can do from the point of view of sustainable development that is also in the agenda, but now we do not understand what we will do with this trend, even if it is in fashion, but let's make it more concrete. Let's make it more clear how to use this concept, please.
Thank you very much. A very good morning from Madrid to Moscow. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning, unfortunately in a virtual manner, but I'm very looking forward. We have a presential event next week in Porto with some major cities, and very much looking forward to see Katarina there. So I think this is also a good message that the meetings industry, with another dimension and another approach in taking safety concerns at the heart, can start little by little. So thank you so much for your question. And if you allow me, I will share my screen to just give you a little bit of a background also of what was discussed and steering this discussion towards your issues on how do we rethink tourism in the pandemic, but also in the urban agenda. And you mentioned before, what we're seeing now is really an acceleration of the trends that we were watching pre-pandemic. And we've seen how technology has accelerated our remote working, our teleconferencing, but how many tools digitally emerged. The death of QR codes, which was something that probably 2 years ago no one used, has just become one of the things we use every day. So I think it's important that we know that those are trends that were there. They were accelerated, and we need to be in pace with them. Just to give you a little bit of background where we are as well, and to add to the discussion of the recovery and to your poll, as you mentioned before, unfortunately, international tourism is back into levels of 30 years ago. So I think this is very important because we know the sector is still in dire need of support. It's a sector that's been highly affected, and it needs obviously support to restart, and vaccination here will be a critical issue, as we are seeing in the countries that are advancing in this regard. We estimate that globally we've probably lost indirect GDP more than $2 trillion US dollars. Our data shows that also, unfortunately, the trend that we saw in 2020 in the first months of this year has continued, as many countries around the world have still maintained their travel restrictions. And also to your point before on when we see recover, as Chris was mentioned, and I think we need to be aware of that, it will be a very diverse and very different paced recovery. So we cannot say there is one picture that can actually explain the recovery of tourism. We will probably see countries in Asia Pacific, unfortunately, where borders are still very much closed, going a little bit slower. We're seeing Europe advancing, particularly with the issues of the COVID certificate now in the Schengen area. But we're also seeing, for example, US and Canada moving quickly on vaccination, and that will have definitely an impact positively. Our scenarios for this year are still, unfortunately, on the very negative side. We foresee that globally, compared to the year 2019, we will probably still end at minus 63 or minus 75. But obviously, we're talking about international tourism. And as it was mentioned, we do see an enormous pickup in domestic. In many markets, domestic is already over the levels of 2019. And we do know that in many countries, domestic is a very significant part of tourism. It often in countries that we don't think about, like Germany, for example, it has a higher value than international tourism. So also for the discussion on urban tourism, I think rethinking the concept of domestic tourism and the links with other cities is critical. To your point, when do we return? And just to add to your own survey, this is a survey that we run with a panel of experts for some time. And in the latest wave that we did in May, most of the experts that were surveyed did say that they would not see recovery before, as you can see, 2023 or 2024 or later. But it's also interesting to see that we do have some more optimistic views in the Middle East, for example, in Africa and in Europe. So on the topic of urban tourism recovery, we know the big challenge is recovering travelers' confidence. And this is mostly connected with the restrictions still in place. It's very difficult at this moment to actually plan for travel. And this is why from the side of UNWTO, our call for governments to continue working on harmonization travel restrictions, but communicate them very clearly, because this is one of the big issues. Also in terms of operation, it is important to more and more be flexible with bookings. We know that consumers often cannot book because they don't know what will be the restrictions in the next 2 weeks. Little by little, it is important to promote the safe return of international city travelers. And we are seeing that in many European cities, particularly with the nomads. I can tell you in Madrid, it's very clear that we had a significant movement of digital nomads coming to Madrid in the last months, but also to continue supporting the sector. As I said, the sector still has a way in front of us of many challenging months. Looking at the opportunities and also of sustainability, as you mentioned, we started in 2009 focusing obviously on the big challenges that over-tourism was bringing to cities, particularly in terms of flows management, impact on housing, but also the relationship between citizens and tourists. And I think this is something that should and must be at the center of the rethinking of tourism in the urban agenda as we go out of the pandemic. And I just leave you with few points that from our side are critical and that we are trying to advance with cities worldwide. One is to use more and more technology and big data to manage urban tourism. We can actually have information, and Barcelona is an example with a new application, or where tourists are concentrated, get that information in apps to the tourists so they avoid crowds, which is even more important now where safety and security is paramount. A second opportunity, which I think is often not very mentioned, is the issue of accessible tourism. Accessibility is not only a key issue for human rights, but it's also a very important economic opportunity. Senior citizens, citizens with some kind of disability will be needing support, and we need to make cities accessible to all. The third point is we need to innovate in products and experiences. As Katerina was saying, we have a new tourist. We have a tourist that has new concerns. So open air experiences, the diversification of experiences throughout the city, which also contributes to diversify the tourism outside the city to disperse demand. And we need to make...
Sandra, I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you because you have only 20 seconds left. We have a very short time.
No worries at all. I'll leave you with one key point for us, which is we need to consider tourists as temporary residents, and we need to make sure that tourism planning for cities is equally for tourists, but mostly focused on the well-being of cities. And that's all for my 20 seconds.
Спасибо большое, Сандра. Прекрасно меня сегодня спикеры.
Thank you, Sandra. Thank you for respecting the timing, and thank you for your presentation.
Удивительная органика должна быть, чтобы...
Indeed, this is really amazing. Everyone is able to do this. Ahmed, let's move on to you. I will actually shorten my introduction, but I mentioned immersive technologies. That's one of the 5 trends that I mentioned before moving on to Sandra. But let's talk about those technologies a little bit wider. What are those immersive technologies, immersive things? It's always about culture, right? Because culture has been playing a major role in global tourism, maybe 40%. But amid pandemic, we can't have an access to different monuments, architectural buildings. We can't always go to museums and so on. So can anything be reinvented here so that cultural tourism becomes one of the pillars for development? And I mentioned a lot the data of the World Tourism Organization. And what about the World Bank? What data do you have? What are your expectations in terms of recovery? And what are you proposing in terms of support measures?
Thank you very much, Tatiana. It's really a pleasure to be hosted, to be talking today to Moscow Urban Forum, and I would like to send my greetings and to everyone today in the panel, but especially also to Ekaterina Bronicheva, and congratulate her for the great work Moscow is doing to have a safe reopening and economic recovery. So I will represent the World Bank today to continue on what Sandra said about the global perspective when it comes to sustainable tourism and urban tourism. I think, we all know that before the COVID, tourism was really growing very fast, and it was creating 1 of 10 jobs globally, 10% of global GDP, 7% of global export, 1.4 trillion tourism receipt. But also the inclusion part, 54% of jobs were for women and youth, and sustainable and significant amount of revenues. So the World Bank, with the COVID, before COVID was helping countries to have an integrated approach to tourism. So we have like $5.6 billion support to different countries, different destinations, to look at destination management, destination quality, marketing, promotion, skills, including in Russia, for example, St. Petersburg. But now what we see, what countries want is when they want support in tourism, they want A, in the vaccine, but then B, how to use investment in tourism and culture as part of the fiscal stimulus package, and use this pause, as you said, from tourism to improve the quality of tourism destinations, especially urban tourism destinations, and improve the skills and technology. So because once tourism reopen, it will be major digital transformation with contactless tourism services. And I think we all agree that what we have seen with COVID is like have never seen before. And to answer your earlier question, how it may take, WTTC made a survey, said it will take similar pandemic, similar crisis can take 19 months to recover. But the challenge, Ekaterina, is that, Tatiana, is that we haven't really seen the bottom of it to start to click the 19 months. So I think we have to wait until we go to the bottom of it, and then you count the meter of 19 months of recovery. But as Sandra said and Chris said, we will see different recovery coming at different pace in different destinations, different regions. I would like to leave you with three important, I think, messages. One is that I think each country, each destination needs to understand what really changed, what has not changed with the COVID situation. I mean, as we reopen, what has changed is that we see more demand on more needs for health and hygiene, as Katrina said. We will see, as Chris said, more demand for domestic and regional tourism, especially if this bubble works. We'll see more interest on natural-based tourism, and perhaps we'll see less on tourism products related to MICE or indoor and museum and so on. We will see also change in the model due to the consolidation and corporate restructuring. We'll definitely, I think everybody talked about the digital technology. We'll see more automation, innovation, and technology, and more enterprises will need fiscal support for continuation. But what hasn't changed is if it's a bad quality destination, it's still bad and will remain badly managed after the crisis. So use this time to improve the quality of your destination, diversify products, and maybe disperse if it was suffering from mass tourism. We will see also physical assets are still there, if you have a culture or something. So that didn't change. And tourism, I think, will remain a priority for people and for travelers. Now, I would like to talk about, a framework the World Bank is suggesting as we move as we start to reopen, an integrated framework that looks at destinations which want to be ready to reopen. We look at people, policies, and places. And I think that's what has been talking today. We need to put people at the center. So the direct and indirect jobs and livelihood as they reopen, the SMEs, the gender aspects, the cultural heritage. Policies, we need to see significant policy change into market demand and regulation and strategic planning and coordination. We need to see places more safe to reopen. You talked about hygiene and safety. We need the quality of tourism destination to improve, investment in infrastructure and livability of destination. Now, I think Moscow provide a very good example. And finally, to talk about your example about cultural, I think as tourism picks up, the World Bank and UNESCO recently published a position paper. We call it Cities, Culture, and Creativity. The culture and creative industry will play a very important role as we start to reopen, whether for domestic or international travelers, because this culture and creative industry, whether it's gastronomy, costume, performance, music, media, they contribute 2.2 trillion to the revenues of 3% of global GDP, with significant number of jobs. So the second framework I will end up now saying is that we put this framework for cities which want to support this culture and creative industries with 6 enablers that can foster the growth of culture and creative industries, ranging from skills to digital community to infrastructure, uniqueness, and urban space. If you do that, we'll get 3 outcomes: the spatial benefits, the economic benefits, and the social benefits. Thank you, and it was a pleasure talking to you today.
Спасибо большое, Ахмед. Я, кстати, хочу отметить, что все презентации...
Thank you very much, Ahmed. And I would like to point out that all the presentations that we are working with will be still available after the session, and all our speakers will be happy to share all the materials. Pedro, let's move on to you. If you can just speak for 6 or 7 minutes, we will only have a couple of minutes, and we will be able to make another survey, and then it will be a blitz survey. Moving on to you. Andrea is well known among Russians because we know A lot of artists like Rubens, Bruegel from Flandria, they are even in the school curriculum, but nevertheless, you have a very fundamental approach in terms of what you are doing in tourism. You thought about transformation back in 2017. And so what did you have as a basis? You had a great survey among tourists. What makes their trip special? What leaves an unforgettable impression? 50% said it was places, 30% the meetings with local residents, and 20% mentioned activities. That's on the one side. On the other side, of course, you have examples from other European regions where there is a lot of tourism, even excessive tourism, and some local residents even disliked tourism because of that. But at the same time, you carried out a huge strategy. It was a 10-year strategy. That's one story. And I really liked the name of your strategy. It's an ambitious name. It's called Travel to Tomorrow. So can you tell us about what it is based on? And can you give us some specific examples so that we have a concrete discussion? And of course, COVID had to make some changes in this program. Thank you very much. Good morning, Russia. Good morning, Moscow. Thank you for the invitation to speak at the forum with such great participants.
Comfortable for all of us. Allow me to share my screen with you. Here we go. Voila, that's it. So yes, indeed, prior to COVID, we were doing research, surveys. We organized a summit in order to rethink tourism. And our starting point indeed was that tourism is still a positive thing that can have a meaningful impact. But we want to make a shift in which we adapt the economic story from just more to more added value in order to become a flourishing destination. And we as a government organization, as a tourism board, we need to adapt our policy, our investments, and our international promotion strategy to that. So I'm trying to change the slides, but it doesn't seem to work.
Сейчас мы тоже подключимся и начнем шаманить.
We are going to get involved as well, and we are going to try something. But anyway, don't pay attention to the slides. We can hear you very well.
It works, Sarah. Computers are always a bit difficult. So profit, visitor numbers, and economic data are no longer the only elements that are important to measure the success of tourism. So we see tourism no longer as a goal in itself, but as an added value in order to create added value for all stakeholders in a certain location. And the best way to visualize it is with this tree. Which we use as a strong metaphor. We look at the destination as a living organism in which everything is connected. So tomorrow's tourism, like a tree, will be rooted in local communities, in neighborhoods, villages, and cities, of course. And in order to make these places flourish, like a tree blossom, there needs to be a balance between the local residents, the visitors, and local businesses. And with our policy, we want to ensure that tourism contributes to the well-being of the residents in a certain place. This is just in a nutshell how what Travel to Tomorrow is about. There's plenty more in-depth materials, interviews, and concrete ways to implement Travel to Tomorrow, which we'll find in the links in the presentation, which we will share with you afterwards. But now let's have a look at why we decided to change our approach to tourism and why we are moving towards tourism with added value. Well, of course, pre-COVID, there was a situation of over-tourism. And of course, it will take now, due to the pandemic, up till 23, 24, we saw in the approach you did. But even for Flanders, we even think that it will take till 25, 26 to recover. But tourism flow will continue to grow. There's also the digitalization, which got a boost due to the pandemic. There is health and economic crises. And we as a government, we want to help our tourism sector to become future-proof. Now, let me tell you that tourism is still very much important for our destination. And here is a concrete number. In 2029, prior to COVID, 71% of visitors in our historic cities of Bruges, Ghent, Antwerp, Brussels, and so on are international, and only 29% domestic. This means that international tourism is still very much important for our destination. And with local tourism, we are just a small country with a small population. Domestic tourism is not enough to make up for that. But nevertheless, we want to use this momentum, as Chris also said, we want to use this momentum and this corona crisis to rethink tourism. And we want to accelerate this process of added value-based thinking and forcing the tourism sector to innovate even more. Now, how do we move towards tourism with added value? Well, let me give you a concrete example from our MICE marketing approach. Within MICE, Visit Flanders only focuses on international association conferences. We attract international conferences that match with our cultural assets as a destination, like arts, heritage, gastronomy, but that also match with the priority domains set out by our government, being circular economy, healthcare, smart living, mobility, and so on. And pointed out by Sandra, we also use the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals to define which conferences are important. So what do? We no longer simply attract more conferences, but we attract better ones. That is our aim. And these conferences should have a positive impact on the destination. This impact could be a boost for our economy, research and development, or the academic world in a certain topic or sphere. But the impact could also be reputational. Choosing Flanders should also be of added value for the conference organizers themselves, not only because we have a beautiful destination, but because we excel in their field of business. And conferences, as a third point, should also create a legacy. That is something that lives on and is beneficial for the society and destination. This could be new policy created based on new insights, new investments, new startups, which lead to improvement of quality of life. But I've said there's the COVID crisis, and we want to take it as a momentum to make fundamental changes. But first of all, it's important to keep our sector healthy and to help them come out of this crisis. And the Flemish government and Visit Flanders have put a series of short-term and long-term support measures in place. And here are briefly just a few examples. In the short term, for instance, in this governance period, our tourism board is extending 30 million in subsidies and free loans to accommodations and attractions in order to invest in ecological measures, health measures, digitalization, and the professionalization of their staff. The second example is that we extend a 10 million subsidy to the event sector in order to help them organize COVID-safe events. Flanders is a culturally rich destination with a highly creative sector, and we want to give oxygen to that cultural and creative sector as we find them vital to contribute to social and economic recovery. And this is very much in line with what Ahmed said in his last point. We also have a lot of small and medium-sized enterprises in our economy, and especially in tourism, and we want them, with our whole range of tools and subsidies, to survive. And let me give you two examples of long-term investments. So in this governance period, we are investing about 150 million euro in our assets, which are gastronomy, heritage, nature. And a concrete example, for instance, is making the network of Flanders heritage venues. These are partners with a heritage venue in a beautiful location. We help them to make them future-proof so that they can organize hybrid events in the future. And in line with that, we're also developing a digital platform called Hyber in order to combine the real with the virtual. And we also want to integrate virtual experiences in there so that people following from home still feel at the destination. And we as a government organization and as a tourism board, we very much believe in this digital aspect. And it's an element which is to stay post-COVID, and that's why we also gladly invest in it. And as a closing thought, I would maybe also want to say that it's not only up to cities to rethink tourism, but it's also up to all of us to think about the way we travel. And I think it would be wonderful if we start treating tourism less as a commodity, but more as a more precious good, and that we start traveling more consciously with respect and gratitude and with openness and for meaningful encounters instead of the commodity that tourism became pre-COVID. And so this is an open invitation to join us on our journey to tomorrow for a better kind of tourism. Thank you.
Да, спасибо большое, Педро. Мне очень резонирует, правда, то, что вы...
Thank you very much. It really resonates within me, the fact that you are mentioning values and our need to change the approach to our travel trips. We only have 30 seconds, but I will have a delay of about 5 minutes. Can you show the last poll? And that's actually the question that we have here. How soon are you going to go on a foreign trip? In 1 month, in 1 week, in 6 months? Or I'm not ready, I am only looking at home travels, home tours. You can look at the online formats, and I also have a blitz survey for all our speakers. And closer to the end, our speaker mentioned some measures taken in Flandria to support the sector. So this is the survey that I would like to offer you. One support measure. Can you tell us what is one support measure that is important? Why is it important right now and right now? Just 30 seconds, please. Sandra, let's start with you. Now, we will start with online guests, with you, Ekaterina, and then we'll get back to our studio.
Thank you. I would say skills development in digital transformation.
Ahmed, что вы скажете?
And you, Ahmed, what do you think?
I think a safe quality of destinations.
Крис, ваша очередь.
Chris, your tour.
I think one of the biggest things we'll need is support for labor and development in terms of bringing workforce back into the industry as it recovers.
Pedro,
and what do you think? I think it will be more or less similar what you just said, or not.
It coincides with the other speakers, and I think it must be a balance, the digital, supporting the workforce, and never forget the creativity. Keep on being creative.
Я вот абсолютно поддерживаю креативность.
Yes, I am really for the creativity. And you, Ekaterina, what do you think? I would prefer the help to create new products for every audience. It means a transformation not only on a digital level, but help to the transformation of the sector. When we leave old formats and we prefer new ones. Yes, it's similar to a creativity concept. Okay, let's have a look on the result of a poll. What do we have? Okay, in 3 or 6 months, everybody is ready to go abroad. I don't know whether it is too optimistic or not, but we will believe that in 6 months we will be all able to go abroad to travel. Okay, thank you for all speakers for this discussion. We're only 3 minutes late. Yes, time is not enough. We would like to talk about expos and so on. Let's talk next year during at least 1 hour and a half. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Добрый день, дамы и господа. Мы начинаем сессию.
Hello, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting the session that is called Showcase Transforming Urban Technologies and Science Program. So we will talk about real examples, real cases, and our dear speakers that we have now will join us, and they have their ideas to share. We understand, everybody, that cities are changing, technologies are taking their roles in cities functioning. I used to propose an example of the influence of digital technologies, evoking a lift that offered this opportunity to cities to grow in the high. Now we have a Zoom technology that gives us an opportunities to have larger cities, not higher but larger. So I would like to quote Ray Bradbury and his book about city. Now we don't have a clear limit between cities and surrounding areas. Yes, this is something lyric, but we understand that technologies will change city, and this is something obvious. Now we are all taking part in this process, and we, with our speakers, involved in this subject during several years. I represent a Skolkovo Foundation, and it's been 30 years that we are working in build-up program. And now this is the third cycle of this program. We are dealing with 60 or 600 or 700 startups. They are all included in city functioning. These startups are aimed to make citizens' lives better. It is important that the city would be a media for business growth, and it is important that city creates opportunities for citizens. We'll talk about Moscow and other cities, and we will talk about successful cases. Let's start with our discussion. Let me introduce our speakers of today's session. I will start with those who are here. We have Vyacheslav Torsunov, Evgeny Gasho, PhD in Technical Sciences, Professor MPEI, Academic Secretary to Russian Engineering Academy, Energy Section, Mr. Vladimir Durovsky, Deputy CEO for Quality, Health, Safety and Environment. We also have Mr. Alexei Tikhonov, Senior Manager, Director, Rusnano. We have online Maria Zima, R&D Manager for Smart Cities and Solutions, ABB, and Roberto Nasi, CEO of SPA Italy, Civil Engineering Consultant, Milan, 2015 World Expert. And we also have Ethan Sanchak as Yethrim, Head of Board. I would like to give the floor to Vyacheslav Torsunov. Unfortunately, we don't have much time, so please respect the timing of about 5 or 7 minutes so that our spectators could answer questions after. So I would like to congratulate you with being nominated to the head of the department. This is a very important department for the life of our city. This department is in charge of the development and development of Moscow. How do you see Moscow futures, taking into account some new steps in engineering infrastructures and so on? Thank you, Mikhail. Thank you, dear friends. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to be here in Moscow Urban Forum. So the subject that we have is very, very complex. Every part of my my presentation will be enlarged because I won't only talk about engineering infrastructure. Every idea of my presentation normally would request a special time, but I will try to be brief to respect the timing. I will use my simultaneous text so that my presentation would be briefer, to have more time for questions. Okay. Why we relate those two subjects of urban form and engineering systems? Why we talk about that? Because urbanism is a science that is related to the development of city systems and their interactions and interaction between those systems and citizens. This is a paradox, this is an irony, that all the communications, city communications are not in our view, but these systems influence quality of all city systems such as transport, city planning and a comfortable life of our citizens. Moscow today is doing a huge job so that public community would occupy a whole new level that would respect the best world standards. This is not easy for such megapolis as Moscow. Just think that we have about 150,000 kilometers of all sorts of public systems, engineering systems, water supply, electricity, and so on, that influence the future of our city, how our citizens will feel when they go home, when they walk in parks, and so on. Our goal is give the quality of services to our citizens. Moscow is changing. As Mr. Sabanin said during his first remarks at this forum, those changes are on all the levels. There are new regions, new districts, and we have to create new engineering infrastructure in these districts. Every year, engineering infrastructures will grow for 100 kilometers. During 10 years, we created about 15,000 kilometers of infrastructures. All this create new challenges for our capital. Growth of quality of services, digitalization of services, more bigger consumptions of resources and so on. To support those systems in working conditions, to assure safety, we have to develop right now new innovative decisions that would be pertinent in dozens of years. For example, during last years, we create a new state program to save energy, and now we renew communications quicker than they are fatigued. We talk about quality of infrastructures, of if its conformity to new technologies, to climate, and so on, because this is a very important factor for our citizens. How can we adapt those factors to engineering infrastructures? Before, we replied that we have to create more stations, more systems, but now this approach doesn't work. We don't have to use extensive decisions, we have to choose smart decisions. What does it mean? It means to level up city government. We have to increase the speed of decision taking for all the systems in real-time pace. This year we have a new center of city management government. What does it mean? It's like a Houston Cosmic Center in Russia or in China. On the basis of the center, we will have a unified space to govern all the infrastructures of our city. It will englobe about 50 information systems on private and public basis. That will help us to prevent online some negative results and to take strategic decisions. We will not discover problems, but we will prevent them. Then we talk about smart decisions to optimize consumptions of resources and to make it easier. We talk about a number of projects. We respect all the modern requests in buildings. Many processes in public amenity sectors are optimized. Now we have a new goal. We not only talk about installing some equipment, but we install it to regulate energy consumption and so on. We install captors of movement, so that we save electricity for the whole building amenities. We optimize consumption of resources. As you see, we have more lighting in our city. After 2010, we have 2 times more lighting in the city, but we have less consumption of electricity for this lighting, 30% left. Then we have more, we will have greener decisions. So Moscow respects her obligations in terms of Paris Accord. Moscow had the opportunity to use natural gas to prevent CO2 emissions, because Moscow used less solid combustible. So we also talk about another factor of comfortable city media. We allocated about
And of course, our solution is mostly based on what our residents want. We are more customer-focused right now, so residents have the possibility to tell everyone about the priorities in city development. They play a part in doing this, and we listen to each resident. We hear their voices, and our task is to resolve their issues as soon as possible. That's why we organized a special project monitoring the wishes of our residents in real time. Furthermore, the capital's residents can share their concerns in the portal Nash Gorod, our city, and we got about 5 million requests by this portal. Furthermore, we also have a single controlling center, so you don't need to go to any local servers in order to resolve your issue. Our department strives to be open to the users and be present on the social media. You can tell us about your problem, and our employees will help you. As we develop each of those areas, we create a sustainable infrastructure for our capital. 10 years ago, Moscow worked by 98% of its capacity. It was at the limit of its capacities. And today, thanks to smart technologies and city network modernizations, Moscow is capable of implementing new modern solutions without consuming more energy, while creating reserves in order to create uninterrupted energy supply to our citizens. This is how we are going to develop our internal resources and introduce smart solutions in the utilities sector of Moscow, while sticking to lean, environmentally friendly projects, while assuring a good quality of life for our citizens, for the Muscovites. Thank you. Thank you very much. Indeed, initially you mentioned that you can talk a lot on the level of key points. It's been really very impressive. I think that we can start a separate session for each of the topics you raised. And I think that if we have enough time, we will ask some more questions. So I hope there will be some questions. And now I will give the floor to our next speaker, Mr. Evgeny Gashor, who is a renowned expert in the utilities sectors. We understand that right now there are a lot of climate changes in the city, changes in the need to organize engineering networks. Can you please share your view as one of the key experts in this area? So, what's the possible direction for development in the energy sector? Thank you very much.
70 треков на Урбан форуме. И только один про...
Ladies and gentlemen, we have about 70 sections at the Urban Forum, and just one about the engineering networks. And just imagine that lights switch off in Yandex, or maybe the internet is switched off in Yandex. And this means that thousands of delivery boys who deliver hamburgers and sandwiches to people will not know what to do. Well, let's imagine that electricity is switched off in Burbank for a minute. Well, in the past it would not be a big threat, but now it turns out to be a new vulnerability. And the answer to this question is that it's technologies that are going to save us from our vulnerabilities. Moscow has 1 kilowatt of power per person. And there is also the group called Houston, which has 6 kilowatts of power per person, and they weren't able to save Houston. 2 years ago, in this room, when we talked about what could save America and Europe, I said that Moscow had reserves of heat with which it could warm up all Scandinavian countries. And I said, well, we can share a pipeline with you. We will send you some heat. And actually, in February this year, 15 million residents of Texas, the United States, were very moody. And right now, California is not pleased at all because it's $100 per kilowatt hour. And there are huge blackouts in California at the moment.
Вот смотрите же, что получается. Лифт и зум.
Mikhail also mentioned Zoom. Actually, we consume 100 liters per person per day. And you need to get those 100 liters of water to every apartment. And actually, every person will need to get this water and then throw out the bottles. And it's the networks that do all this. And there's a lot of consumption, heat and water consumption in the utilities networks. That's about 2 billion kilowatt hours. And the Moscow metro consumes a little bit less of power. So all this infrastructure that delivers water to us, water and heat, consumes a little bit less power than the whole Moscow metro. What's the price of this issue? On the 25th of February, when we thought that there was a lot of snow, we were wondering when the snow would be over. And I entered the utilities sector website, and 1,047,000 people entered this utilities department.
один трек с 70 сегодня.
So today is just one session among 70, and back then it was 1 million people. And that's the price of your work. Is it about technology or is it about people? Will nanotechnologies save us or will people save us? And I will say that it's the people. The people who worked a lot this winter, who didn't sleep at night. It's a lot of work. And we can't understand what is primary here. The labor, the work, or the super technologies. It's a mix of them. I've been present at the opening of a new pipeline called Vostochny. Actually, they made some mistakes there because they just moved one escalator, which was 1 meter wide, and it was a great new railway station. So we had to distribute this passenger flow, and this escalator was the bottleneck, and the utilities sector did a masterpiece. They actually create the tissue of the city. Of course, the rains that happened the day before yesterday were quite fun. We saw some floating cars. We will be able to reach some districts of Moscow, but we can't actually get everywhere. We will stop, we'll prevent those cars from floating soon in different areas of Moscow after some heavy rains. And furthermore, we just finished the work on 300 buildings for the monitoring of the situation in Moscow. As for Skolkovo could also have some renewable sources of power, and all 6 buildings use these renewable sources of power. It's just a few percent, but I would like to ask Roberto, you did design Expo in Kazakhstan, right? And in 2017, they wanted to establish renewable sources of energy, 100%, but the result was just a few percent. This is our faith in Zoom, but by Zoom you can't pass any food or kilowatt hours. Zoom is just a tool for communication. It's the eyes, the voice, but you can't send the internet or you can't send any electricity via Zoom. Hello, Smart Energy, EnergyNet.
Низкий поклон, безусловно, той квалифицированной армии людей, которые...
And I really admire this highly qualified army of employees who work there. As we meet some foreigners, we say Moscow should have very little waste. But let's compare Moscow, Oslo, and Copenhagen. Moscow is like Oslo, Helsinki, Stockholm, Copenhagen, and half Berlin together. That's the power consumed by Moscow. And Moscow saves a lot of fuel thanks to the electric power heating stations. And the energy it saves is enough to fuel Oslo, Helsinki, and Stockholm. Actually, Moscow is carbon-free by 1/4. That's a given. But no single foreign method of waste analysis of this green quality doesn't take these emissions into account. And our foreign experts coming here and calculating emissions, just calculate the emissions for the houses and for the power stations. They calculated 110 million tons CO2, but actually there are about 50 million tons of CO2. And it's an important possibility. There are huge reserves for carbon saving in Russia. No single foreign method can see them, but we can see them. And I would like to finish with those green buildings. There are hundreds of these buildings. They don't work very well, but there is an effect. Why not thousands of buildings? Because the effect from those green buildings goes into three pockets: the investor, the city, and the resident. So if you have a heat pump and a heat utilizer and a system for conditioning, this means that fewer pipelines need to be provided there. There should be less capacity, and this is a lot of saving of power for the city. But it's not about a problem concerning green standards, but we need to integrate those three pockets I mentioned. So the effect is delivered to the city, to the resident, and to the investor. As soon as we combine it all together, we will scale up these principles very rapidly. And this is a key moment. So if Moscow shows an example here and provides this momentum, we will have even more things to be proud of. So I would like to thank thousands of people who work every day in order to ensure the functioning of these important systems for this city. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You said that this work is not really visible, but before that, you said that we are not perceived quite well, and maybe there should be some system capabilities, and maybe there is online monitoring appearing in the city to monitor the quality of the air and so on. So what about this available information about the success, the progress seen in the city, and the formats that will be perceived by the international community? I think that we need to increase the level of transparency. So we need to be transparent and eco-friendly, and we need to be perceived as such. We need to make our progress more public. And now I would like to give the floor to Ethem Sanjak, the chairman of the Yeseterim Holding. Mr. Sanjak, we know that we as people working with the technology, that in recent years Turkey has put a lot of focus on smart city technologies. I even heard about the establishment of taxis without drivers, and you invest a lot in those automatic taxis, in modernization of the city infrastructure. So could you share your vision and experience that you are implementing in Turkey and probably in other countries where you work?
Teşekkür ederim başkanım.
Thank you.
Katılımcılar hepinizi.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Dear participants, I would like to say hello to all of you with all my respect on behalf of your sister country, Turkey. I'm very grateful for you and to the Moscow government for organizing this important exposition. We would like to participate in this process because a city is a civilization. It is important to understand that city development influences civilization development. And we talk about fraternity principles, social justice principles, and citizens' happiness. Of course, Moscow knows all these principles, and people that are in charge of public amenity provision would like to participate in this process. I discovered this forum right now. I didn't have any information about this forum before. I was here in Moscow for many times as contractor, and I discovered this forum from my Moscow friends, and I'm very enthusiastic about this event, because this city that I love from the age of from being young, and I am a businessman. But I'm also a person that is very interested in historical heritage, in cultural heritage, and I do all the possible so that my principle would be based on intellectual property principles and so on. I would like to make a special accent not only on benefits but on social responsibility. When I was a student, I was told about Moscow. Yes, this is a huge city, very important city. Ivan the Terrible, Alexander Nevsky, and that was a city that protected the whole Russia against Napoleon. It didn't surrender to this conqueror. So this is also a gate to Asia. That is why we have to protect this city. It is not only important for Muscovites, for Russians, but it is also important to the whole human civilization, to protect, to preserve Moscow city, because this is a city of intellectual heritage. It is also important to modernize this city while preserving its cultural identity, so that Moscow stays a city that enlightens human ways. These are arguments that I would like to pronounce here. It's been 30 years that I'm in charge of my company, and I know all the specific traits. I'm, of course, in charge of all the technical issues, but I wouldn't be an expert in this field. But it would be my pleasure, it was my pleasure to hear all the experts here. I have a company that is called ASIS, and this company is involved in intelligent city project in Sofia, in Nigeria, in Mumbai, in Kazakhstan, and in other cities. So we are in charge in intelligent city projects in all these cities, so that citizens live in more comfortable media and more comfortable environment. We provide all sorts of technical support. I also negotiated with Moscow Public Community Department. I have a company that is ready to provide this kind of services. I have a special attraction to Moscow. I have a special feeling to Moscow. I think that we could cooperate in this field. And I would like to stress out that our priority is not only the benefit from this project, but to make a sort of, to create a more technological, more comfortable and greener environment for Moscow citizens. We could talk a lot about all these issues, about safety, health, and so on. During recent 20 years, we made a huge step forward in Turkey, which we say that fish rottens from the head, and we have a good head, we have a good president. Thanks to him, we realized a lot of important products. We may say the same thing for Russia. And this fish has a good head. Russia has a good president. That is why we are able to create such products. Sometimes there are some difficulties. There are those who are not agree with city politics or central president projects, but we don't have to pay a lot of attention to them. We in Turkey, during 20 years, we made a huge step forward. I think this is the same thing in Russia. This is the same situation. I've been traveling to Russia all this time, and I may compare. I saw this queue to McDonald's 20 years ago. I cried seeing that. It's not a metaphor. I really cried seeing that. It was miserable. I knew Russian history. I knew the way Russia did. And I saw this situation that was miserable, really. And then I came here 10 years after, and I come here all the time, and I see how Moscow changed. This city is beautiful. This city is magnificent. And it's really transformed during all these years thanks to your president politics. I'm proud to see Moscow. I'm amazed to see all these changes. Thanks God that we have these good presidents that are all above some minor interests. They have this global thinking, and we saw their role during pandemic situation. We saw that some countries that are not governed by a strong hand, these countries had a lot of problems. We saw it in London. People were dying without any help. Yes, that are the fruits of capitalism. Maybe they're worth it. But when we see Shanghai, Moscow, Istanbul, and all other big cities in Brasilia, for example, those cities create a future. They create a new system of social justice, equality, and so on. And we have a lot of hope toward Moscow. If you allow me, I will come next year with some prepared presentation. I was a little bit nervous, a little bit shy. I didn't prepare a special presentation. I hope that next year I will have this opportunity to prepare something more specific with all the technical data. It is my pleasure to be present here among all these respectful experts. Thank you so much for this opportunity to take the floor. My apologies to not prepare a presentation, and I am sincere to express my feelings to you, to Moscow government. All we can do as businessmen is to provide all sorts of opportunities to Moscow so that it continues flourishing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr.
Sanjak. Thank you for your warm greetings toward Moscow, toward Russia. I'm sure that our cooperation will develop, and you made a good choice to think not only about technologies but about people, about human. I would like to give the floor to Maria Zima right now. ABB is one of world leader in the sector of energy, smart city, electric transport. You have a huge experience not only in Russia but abroad. And I think that you may share good examples of your products and of your vision in the context of future city development. I would like to ask you to be quicker because we are running out of time. Thank you.
Спасибо за возможность.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to share our experience and our projects.
Который позволит мне
It's a very interesting topic, and I will not go deep into the importance of infrastructure, but rather focus on the projects we already implemented in some countries. My name is Maria Zima, and I'm the head of the International Program for Smart Cities. And our goal is to support and direct the evolution of the society, make it more environmentally friendly. And we are mostly based on digital and engineering and technical solutions. This is about equipment, about power consumption and buildings, transport, the energy network itself, as well as robotics, motors, automation of all processes, and so on. And I'm talking about the automation of consumer or production processes. Let's think about what cities are. What is their role? The main function of cities is to support businesses and residents amid sustainable economic development. Our concerns about power consumption keep growing, and we also see unprecedented growth of population, which is a challenge for the whole engineering and infrastructure sector. If we look around, I really love the examples with lifts and Zoom, and this requires power, of course. Our goal is to spend less energy, which is why energy efficiency, moving on to electricity, particularly in the transport industry, the use of hydrogen during the next few years, and the change in our behavior, in our decisions, all this is paramount to reach our ambitious goals. I would like to share one project with you. Indeed, it's a very relevant project. This is a fully independent area in Switzerland in terms of power consumption. It's an ordinary area, but it uses innovative technologies. One key technology is smart home. It makes it possible to integrate efficiently the source of energy. It can also control energy consumption, and it controls power consumption at moments where we also use solar generation elements that also produce energy. There is also the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, optimization of comfort, safety, and power consumption. We want to be based, to focus our life not just on power consumption, but we want to focus on things that are fun for us, that are a joy for us, such as our family and loved ones. And I believe that this is a technology which will help us move on to technologies that will save a lot of power. These technologies do not need any additional learning curve. At any moment you can see how much energy is spent in a particular part of a house. Using digital technologies and other technologies like this helps us ensure sustainable development and sustainable transport solutions and sustainable power and water supplies. There is a lot of hidden infrastructure behind the tissue of our cities, and our goal is to ensure the efficiency of this infrastructure. And of course we are vulnerable, but we have a powerful tool, digitalization. And here I would like to share another experience from United Arab Emirates with you. where we had the possibility to digitalize a substation. Even when there was a piece of equipment provided by one of our competitors installed there. I would like to tell you that the switch towards the new generation of digital technologies in power systems does not require complete replacement of infrastructure. In some cases, of course, it is necessary to do some replacement, but there are also new opportunities when new technologies are discovered. Automation is another trend which is not a new one. Our first microprocess protective devices were implemented in 1982. But our need for those technologies and the cost of these technologies and the scale of their implementation is something new. The cloud technology, for example, has made great progress in recent years. Another example is from China. This is more about water, which was also mentioned by my colleagues. This is a resource which is lacking in many different countries of the world. It's a huge problem in terms of water supply in urban networks, and our experience shows that, once again, everything depends on the infrastructure condition. But, of course, the implementation of new technologies which identify a leak of water make this whole system much more efficient and power efficient, energy efficient, because there is the full cycle of water consumption and treatment of drainage waters. Electric mobility is another important trend that we can see in many countries. And I'd like to talk about the electrification of personal cars, but also buses. And we also have rail transport, which delivers a lot of commodities to us and makes it possible to travel efficiently. And of course, comfort is very important, as well as the fact that people should be used to that mode of transportation.
Быстрого комфорта, они позволят иметь практически такой же опыт пользователя, как
As a result, consumers have great experience. And if they use electric engines, they can have the same experience as from internal combustion engines. Hydrogen has a huge potential, particularly in the future, which is why we expanded our partnership with a company called AFC Energy. And we are considering and studying the possibilities of implementing hydrogen. And we can see that hydrogen will start playing a bigger role. And there are some projects that we take particular pride in. And those are projects that we were able to implement in Russia. For example, lighting of a stadium can be done with a tablet. And of course, we are looking forward to the opportunity of sharing international experience. We have partnerships in different areas to make different functions of a city more efficient. And as my colleague said, it's important to understand that a city is an ecosystem. And there are many stakeholders involved there who have a lot of responsibility, which is very meaningful for the city life. Thank you very much. It was very nice to share my thoughts. Thank you very much, Maria. Unfortunately, we have very little time, but the organizers permitted me to have a 10-minute delay because we started rather late. But I would like our speakers to focus on their key messages, and I would like to give the floor to Roberto Nassa. You participated in the implementation of a project in Milan and maybe other cities. Can you tell us about the most interesting examples that were implemented in different cities that can be implemented in Moscow? Based on your experience, which is the most interesting one?
There is no sound.
Thank you. Sorry, I wasn't. Thank you very much for inviting me, and thanks to Moscow Urban Forum to accept the Milan experience as the most important, one of the most important, interesting European city to be developed as a sustainable city. We had the chance in Milano to try to respond to the question that the current forum requested me, that is the community empowerment towards the change, towards the climate change and sustainable future possible within the city development. It is addressing the Paris Agreement request, placing great emphasis on climate-related capacity building, and this is requested to all countries. But the question is well posed and implies multifaceted responses. Cities and districts are built up in layers and level of development within themselves and among the others. But solution comes to suit specific needs. The Sustainable Development Goal posted by the Paris Agreement are specific requirement that not all countries developed and under development have sufficient capacity to deal with many of the challenges brought by the climate change. However, I would say that out of the experience of Milano and the experience that we are as a engineering company providing to other cities in developing countries, the mission is possible. Maybe through a city engineering overall master planning with a long-term commitment of stakeholders and vision from city management. Of course, the trend is most noticeable in the power and the transport sector. Milano had the chance with a long-term vision to fulfill part of this long-term understanding thanks to the mega event of Expo 2015. And the trend is most noticeable in the transport sector, and it is constantly outperforming in the water and sanitation sector, as well as in housing. Few real benefit of a long-term definition of a vision. The sustainable goal for reducing investment in fossil fuel was achieved thanks to a long-term vision of public transportation. Between the late 90s and the early 2000s and the early 10s, a number of car per capita has reduced, more than the 50%. With a long-term definition of a vision for climate and efficiency, Milano has got the cheapest and more efficient integrated water system for potable and sanitation, where usually 3 in 10 people worldwide lacks to safely manage drinking water system. And with managing the social housing on behalf of the municipality, we are creating more resilient city. But on the other hand, and more resilient city where 1 out of 4 urban residents live in slum-like condition. This is from the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs Statistics. On the other hand, there are cities under development, and where the estimated urban growth per hour is massive. Mumbai and Delhi, for example, Dhaka, can see the development of cities for more than 50 to 100 people entering in the city per hour. How can you achieve this kind of growth management into sustainable goals and sustainable resilient life for these inhabitants? Well, what I would like to convey is that if possible, the sustainable development goals can achieve with long-term future commitment. An engineering company might affect master planning and engineering of the city, addressing 10 out of the 17 sustainable development goals. And this is only possible with strengthening institutions. It is clear that cities under development are now approaching this new era, starting from the transport sector, where the improvement shall be swifter, to continue with water and sanitation and housing. This is a clear trend. International donors are supporting for developing countries, understanding the importance of the urbanization for a more resilient future. In conclusion, I would like to convey that a simple engineer company that has been incorporated in 1955 to address and support the city needs for public transportation, developed nowadays in a city engineer solution provider, evolving toward network efficiency, whether this network is for transport, for water, for energy, or people. This is a goal that all the cities, stakeholders, and city management commitment can be put forward for their future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Roberta. And I would like to give the floor to Alexei Tikhonov. And I would like to ask him to talk us about some engineering infrastructure trends. So what is the most promising in the context of city development? Thank you, Mikhail. Good morning, good day to everybody. In the framework of my activity in Rosnano, we are working with all the technologies that are involved in future image. I mean the image of a city in which we will live in 10 or 15 years. We work with this project every day, and we understand the new requests toward engineering technologies. Just to touch this subject, I would like to present an example of electric transport. In Moscow region, in Moscow agglomeration, there are more than 3.5 million of transport vehicles. If all these vehicles are electrical, all these vehicles will have a battery with 60 kilowatt hours. It means that about 60 million kilowatts hours will be in Moscow agglomeration. We would like to charge. We have to charge all these batteries, and even if it's 1/5 of this massive, it's about 100 million kilowatt hours every day that must be provided in the city energy system to charge all these electric vehicles. And my colleagues will agree with me that it's 1/3 more comparing to the electricity that is provided today to Moscow. This is a huge challenge, and it is not only 100 kilowatts hour, but these are kilowatts hours that must be provided at some specific point of time. It means in the evening when you come from your job and you charge your automobile. That is a huge charge for electricity system. Okay, what do? We have technologies that we invest in. We talked about extensive development, and this extensive development has some limits. We also have to develop on the basis of smart decisions. For example, we have a system of energy accumulation to redistribute it in time. When there is no supercharge for electricity system, we accumulate this energy, and after we provide this energy when automobiles need to be charged. So such decisions gives us an opportunity to balance energy systems. I may quote another decisions. For example, there is a concept of vehicle to grid. It means that a vehicle has a battery that may be charged in the city while a vehicle circulates. So we have a potential to optimize the consumption of energy. For example, a vehicle comes to a building and there it has a special point to be charged and so on. We introduce such decisions to avoid peaks. So as for electric buses experience, how many electric buses do we need to provide, to cover all the electricity needs of Moscow Urban Forum? It may appear strange, but in some time we will see some pilot project to provide some electricity to cover some big event in a city. So my presentation comes to its end, and I would like to quote a challenge that is very important. We consider that developing a plan must be more integral, so we don't talk about some specific disciplines like transport, charging, and so on. We have to think in general terms so that it be cross decisions. This is our goal. So we should base our decision on multidisciplinary basis. Thank you. Thank you, Alexei. Yes, it will be interesting to solve this problem with electric buses. And now I give the floor to Vladimir Durovsky, who is operator of key city development programs of Moscow. We talked about ideas, and colleagues shared their views concerning technological transformations. But all these transformations will come to life through you. I'm sorry for a little delay, but this is you who help to provide these projects to life. I think we have several minutes, 5 minutes maximum for your presentation. Thank you. Good day to everybody, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. I would like to talk about a promising project. I wanted before to talk about statistics, but now I would like to talk about metro construction. This is a project related to pure energy that is provided without any CO2 emissions. We talk about some prospective metropolitan stations where we want to install energy-saving floors. I talk about inox steel floors filled with automobile wheels. We have a project that is also already working in London. How does it work? A person steps on this floor, and an electricity is provided in a volume of 6 watts after every step. So when a person walks, this floor comes down on 5 or 6 millimeters. And what is my point? My point is, when we equip this in our metro station, we may accumulate about 6 megawatt of pure energy with this system. What does it take? As I said, we may not replace all the sources of electricity that we have, but we may replace a part of it for lighting, for charging, for Wi-Fi, and it is very real for this moment. I may say that the example that I quoted in London, it is working from 2012 and it is efficient. We are talking about infrastructure project, and we are not for some unique actions. It must be long-term, and we use some ecological technologies that are really working, that showed their trustability. In general, I finished my presentation, but my general idea is that we use technologies right now in all sites, in metro and in National Space Center and in autoroutes constructions. We have small steps that we undertook. But if we sum up it for whole sites, for all the sites, it is something very considerable. And our mayor, Mr. Sobyanin, paid special attention to environment issues. Today we introduced green grills in our sites. It means that techniques, all the equipment may be always in use. Not more than 20 minutes of hold time. We defended equipment preparation to protect the environment and to protect labor force. And we also introduced a special request to discharge powder charges only with the cover. Thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions, I'm ready to give you more details after this session. I'm ready to present my analysis if you are interested in. Thank you.
Спасибо большое. Ну, сессия у нас
Thank you.
подходит к концу, и я, наверное,
Our session comes to its end. I would like to give the floor to Vyacheslav for his final remarks.
Все сегодняшнее обсуждение, оно
Because our today's discussion was based on our will to make Moscow more efficient, more beautiful, and it will be you who will be in charge of it. That is why I give you the floor. Thank you. Thank you to our respectful speakers who took the floor today. Thank you, Evgeny. I'm a fan of your works, even if you don't know it. I read your articles. I would be happy to cooperate with you. And what is more important, people who create a product, who provide 24 hours of working or modern technologies. What is more important? Today we have Mosgaz, MOEC, AEC, and other institutions that have huge experience, and thousands of people depend on them. They cover all the needs of our citizens, and I would like to say thank you for them, for their work. Thank you. Thank you for this session, and good work to all of us. Let's work for the good of our citizens. Thank you so much.
Добрый день, уважаемые друзья. Начинаем работу форсайт-сессии.
Good afternoon, dear friends. We are starting our foresight session with a very interesting name. The stars of the past, present and future. Cities passing the resilience test. Today, we are living through a difficult period. The pandemic has made an impact on our personal plans, but also on the plans for urban development. But it's not for the first time in humanity's history that we are facing a pandemic. We had a lot of other challenges in our history. And our today's session is called a foresight session for a reason. We are talking about focusing the future of cities. Will the situation in cities change because of the pandemic? Or will global trends lay a path regardless of what's happening today? I would like to introduce the participants of our session. Kirill Purtov, Minister of the Government of Moscow, Head of Department for the Economic Policy and Development of Moscow, Sergei Choban, Head of Speech Bureau and Choban Force Architect. And we also have with us online Hiroyuki Fujita, Chief Resilience Officer, City of Kyoto, and Piero Pilizzara, Chief Resilience Officer, Milan. I'm not going to spend any more time of our discussion, but I would like to give the floor to Mr. Kirill Purtov. Kirill, this year the Analytical Division of Financial Times, FDI Intelligence, included Moscow in top 25 of the most attractive foreign investors. How could Moscow achieve such a high result? And in your opinion, how are the global cities of the world going to develop? And let's talk for 7 minutes or 10 as a maximum. Thank you. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I am happy to welcome all of you at this great urban forum. This is a platform for discussing the most advanced technologies in urban governance. This forum is a regular event now, and we always have this possibility to determine the promising areas of development after these discussions. I'm going to be very brief. I'll tell you what Moscow is doing to remain attractive for investments, to keep afloat in this challenging time, and also to ensure the necessary level of comfort for the citizens and the necessary level of investment development. I would like to emphasize once again that being at the top of the ranking is not a goal in itself for us. But last year we improved our positions in 23 rankings. In 7 rankings we were there for the first time. It's not just the FDI ranking. We made it in the technological city of the FDI ranking. And in 5 rankings we did not change our position. Here the goal for us is to maintain the high level we already achieved or to develop further. And I will not talk about rankings, because rankings and ratings are not the most important part for us. It's just a reflection of what we are doing, of our investment policy that we have. And an investment policy is determined within FDI rankings by the investment activity of the investors. So talking about Moscow attractiveness and the attractiveness of foreign investors, I will just give you a few numbers. Right now, foreign investment is $249 billion, and we consolidate about 50% of all Russian investment. And we pay a lot of attention to the quality of this investment. I should say that 2/3 of these investments go to the IT and business and financial sector, and that's really great. Our partners have been traditionally France, Germany, and the United States. Talking about our internal investment climate, here we can also demonstrate a great dynamics. Within 10 years, the investment rate grew by 170%, and that's a nice picture. We put a lot of effort to achieve this result. And the entire amount of investment is now 3.6 trillion rubles. And even last year, we ensured a positive dynamic. And right now, this number grew by 1.7%. We expect this number to keep growing. Going back to FDI ranking, why were we able to take up such good positions? First of all, this is the high rating in terms of attracting investments, human capital, and we also had a high ranking in terms of the possibilities for doing business. These are the goals that we are following at the level of this city. So how do we keep being so attractive? During the past few years, we keep saying that the city is going to invest a lot. Our share of investment as part of the target investment program has never been less than 30%. Moreover, every year we keep growing it. So this is a special signal for the business that the city is going to develop. The city is investing in infrastructure and implementing various projects. This strategy enabled us to get great results. We have a diversified budget. We are not concentrated in just a few industries. We are diversified.
Наверное, можем говорить о том, что
And another point, sorry, I am a little bit confused.
Очень важная история. Ну ладно,
Well, I'll try to remember what I wanted to tell you a bit later.
Если говорить еще об инвестициях,
Okay, talking about investment, we pay a lot of attention to the structure of this investment. And what is good is that recently, the dynamics of recent years tells us that we have been growing investment in intellectual property and intangible assets. Our investments are becoming more complex and better structured, and we are moving in the right directions. Where does the city spend the money? What does it spend the money on? What projects do we choose? What industries do we offer for investment? I think that it's both simple and difficult. For every area of city development, we should provide investment in all the areas. Of course, there are some areas with a high capital capacity. There are capital-intensive industries. There are less capital-intensive industries. But we still need to invest in them. This is the key to future innovative success. We also work on the healthcare sector, IT services, and so on. And there is another sector which is particularly important in terms of investments. And without this sector, all other services just cannot function. It's about the development of digital technologies in state governance. there will be no effect if we do not provide these digital services to the public. So these are our key areas, and this is what allows us to be at the top of all rankings and keep developing further. Answering your question as of how we are passing this sustainability test, I can tell you the following thing. Number one, we are keeping track of our rules and trends. We are enabling our citizens to participate in the system of city governance. We take management decisions, and we have diverse investment projects in all the areas. Thank you. Thank you very much, Kirill.
Являясь по своей профессии экономистом и наблюдая за ситуацией в Москве, могу
I'm an economist and I keep an eye on the situation in Moscow, and I can confirm that Moscow is very successful economically, and it's very successful in this challenging period. And now I would like to give the floor to Hiroyuki Fujita. Fujita-san, you are responsible for sustainable development of Kyoto. It's a city with a 1,000-year history, not just the history, but it's been a capital of Japan for more than 1,000 years. It's a cultural center of the country. So, in your opinion, for these historical cities, is it more challenging to resolve today's problems? And what about your initiatives for ensuring that Kyoto is sustainable? The floor is yours.
Hi. Good
afternoon, good evening. My name is Hiroyuki Fujita.
And thank you for the kind introduction. I'm Hiroyuki Fujita, and I've been working as a Chief Resilience Officer since 2017, after serving as a Deputy Mayor of Kyoto City, Japan. I'm very honored to be invited to this wonderful Moscow Urban Forum. Actually, the World Conference of the League of Historical Cities was held last week in Kazan City, the capital of the Republic Tatarstan in Russia, and Kyoto City is the chair of this Historical Cities Network. By the way, the word historical cities doesn't just mean past cities, but also means the cities that have successfully been overcoming challenges of each time. However, the urban crises we are facing today are changing with the times. And while the old buildings and facilities unique to historical cities are attractive, they can also be weakness when it comes to disaster management. Therefore, I believe that it is essential for cities to have resilience, or the ability to adapt flexibly to such situations that cannot be dealt with by past experience alone, and to be able to bounce back better than before. In addition, for cities to be sustainable, the lifestyle, culture, and tradition of the people who live there should also be passed on. So today, I'd like to talk about how sustainable cities should be from the viewpoint of integration of sustainable development and resilience. Now let me start my presentation. Firstly, let me give you a quick overview of the history of Kyoto City. Since being the capital of Japan in the end of the 8th century, Kyoto City has experienced a lot of difficulties, including many large earthquakes, water and fire disasters, civil wars, and epidemics. However, Kyoto had successfully overcome these crises and kept its function as a capital city by integrating tradition and innovation. Until the capital of Japan was shifted to Tokyo in 19th century. As you can see on the slide, Kyoto is also known for its diverse urban characteristics. And in Kyoto, there are 17 World Heritage Sites within 15 kilometers from the city center. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, more than 50 million tourists came to Kyoto annually, contrasting 1.5 million city's population. As a result, we were facing over-tourism issues. We know more than 50 years ago, Kyoto City declared its vision in the form of the Declaration of Kyoto City as a city open to the free exchange of world cultures. Based on this vision, Kyoto City has served as the chair of the League of Historical Cities, as I introduced in the beginning of my speech, and the network is joined by over 120 member cities from around the world. In that sense, the vision of Kyoto City is not about winning competitions with other cities, but rather about promoting cultural and economic exchange with them and contributing to world peace while respecting the diversity among cities. And I'm sure that this is also important in the promotion of SDGs. Besides, we were selected to the 100 Resilient Cities program pioneered by the Rockefeller Foundation and developed Kyoto Resilience Strategy, which is unique in that it integrates SDGs promotion and local revitalization. In the strategy, we set out 6 priority areas as described on the slide in order to maintain the strengths of our city. I can't go deep into details today due to time constraints, but I would like to introduce one precedent. It's that we put a limit on the height of buildings and regulate outdoor advertisement targeting to achieve healthy urban development. And there, we didn't necessarily prioritize economic growth. At the same time, Kyoto citizens still keep their cohesive local communities where neighbors help and support each other, and they continue to pass on their lifestyle philosophy through their everyday life and traditional festivals. These actions described on the slide now are very unique among other large cities in Japan. Also, as the birthplace of the Kyoto Protocol at COP3 in 1997, we are addressing environmental concerns in collaboration with citizens. And at the IPCC held in 2019, we called for discussion on net zero greenhouse gas emission by 2050, declared as Kyoto guideline. What underlies this effort is a perspective that looks beyond 2030, the target year of SDGs, and the vision of resilience that seeks to integrate and better address all the challenges without making new silos. And in addition to that, I think that culture should be an important perspective in integrating SDGs and resilience. Just like both wheels of vehicle, This is because in promoting this SDGs, we recognize that one of the most important determinants of people's behavior is culture, which is connected deeply with their way of life and thought. And I'm sure that this is the greatest strength of Kyoto City, as a city of rich culture and art. In these days, we reflect on our urban civilization, which has excessively prioritized economic benefits and convenience. Therefore, Kyoto City is going to build unique urban culture, which is different from the ones of mega cities like Tokyo, especially by collaborating with various social stakeholders, including citizens, private sectors, and universities, and never forget to respect nature. And that's all from me. Thank you for your attention. It's great to be here today. Спасибо.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you so much for this interesting presentation about Kyoto.
Собственно говоря, даже здесь уже наметилось.
And now there is a subject that relates us with the next speaker, Mr. Chobin, Sergei Chobin. When you talked about Kyoto, you also talked about less dense construction in cities. There were a number of researchers that gave us some controversial results. Sometimes they say that it is not good to live in a dense accumulation of people because it's more dangerous epidemiologically, but some researchers says the opposite. But in any case, we understand that adaptation of spaces to modern request is very important. So, dear Sergei, what do you have as your approach to this subject? Yes, there are some opposite opinions on this subject, and as you know, I work in two capitals, in Moscow and in Berlin. I may compare different approaches in these cities, and governments of those two cities are efficient in their work with all sorts of restrictions. But yes, density is an important factor for every city, and density is inevitable quality of such city as Moscow. We cannot imagine such city as Moscow without skyscrapers, without some dense spaces. It's not possible, because if we avoid such system, so the city will be too large, and those districts, those resident districts, makes the quality of a city less presented. And when we create a new district, we have to think about a balance between working activities, cultural activities, and so on. So every activity that are concentrated in a city center should be balanced in these new districts, so that we can avoid cycled circulation of people from suburb to the center. So the instrument that we're talking about is something clear, it is something largely accepted, and Moscow represents today this kind of development into the high. And I may even quote another example. I evoked Berlin. For a certain time, they restricted high construction. They only said that high clusters are possible only in 2 places in the city, and 22 meters, that was the limit for all the rest. It is something unacceptable for Moscow today, but we have to acknowledge that after this history, there are some voices in Berlin that are for high clusters, and they say that there should be more high in these clusters. Today we have a maximum of highness of 130 meters. That is something ridiculous for Moscow, because we have 400 meters of maximum. But today, however, there are some voices that are for high construction. They say if we talk about high construction in Berlin, we should talk about 200 meters as maximum, because to respect beautiful proportions. When we have more variable highness, so we have more interest in silhouettes. And as for me, I'm not against the density, and I'm for this. I say that when we have higher buildings, we shrink distances. But there are 2 aspects to pay your attention to. When we talk about a sustainable character of a city, what is it? What is sustainability? First, this is an application. The application of some principles to prevent CO2 emissions. It means we should use some materials to create neutral building in terms of CO2 emissions. When we build a building, we just think about that. Should we create a wholly new building, or we may use a previous structure just to save energy? Just to save energy and to use structures that we have in maximum. When you destroy a building in Berlin, you have to make an expertise to prove that a new building would be more sustainable. On the other hand, when we use more ecological materials such as wood, that would be more efficient. For example, the biggest office center in Germany of about 3,000 square meters is created with wood, hybrid wood that is provided by Hedge company. Then the Waterfall company is involved to provide energy, and I would like to say that those companies choose such kind of buildings, I mean buildings with high ecological parameters. So these are the highest indexes of sustainable purity, ecological purity. But there is another important point. Yes, we have to preserve some parts of the city. We should not destroy buildings, because when we destroy, we lose energy, and it is not sustainable. We have to use ecological materials, and we also have to think that buildings that we create should be loved by people. I mean, if it is loved, it will be sustainable. If we create 10 skyscrapers, as it was in New York, it will stay in time, it will be liked by citizens. and it is good. But if we just create, no matter what, buildings that will be destroyed in 30 or 40 years, that is a real life cycle of a building. So we architects and constructors should think about creating a city that is loved by citizens. When people love a city that we create for them, at this point we will have a chance that this city will be preserved, will be protected and liked by people. Because if its structure is not liked, it will be rejected and it will be like enclave. You know, we always see this unlove in every city. It is something very visible. So when we create a space that is loved, it will mean to some structures that would stay in time because people will think about their sustainability. And nothing may be more sustainable than a sustainable building, because if it is sustainable, it demands less energy to reorganize it, to reproject it, to reuse it. So when we make a project, we have to think about the variability of a building, and we have to think about the concept of love. That is my point. Thank you so much, Sergey. So, you just shown a very interesting link between architecture, urbanism, and I would like to give the floor to the next speaker. Please share your ideas.
Какие-то новые предложения. Я хочу предоставить слово.
I would like to give the floor to Piero Pellizzaro. Mr. Pellizzaro, we know about the first plague in Italy. I was in Rome at this point of time and I saw it. But we know that it's been several years that you are Director of Sustainable Development in Milano. Please tell us about a plan that you are developing for post-pandemic development of your city. What are the factors that you are taking into account for this development? Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. I'm actually the City Resilience Director. I'm the Chief Resilience Officer for the City of Milan since 2017. And the Director of Environmental Transition Department is Mr. Architect Filippo Solucci. Well, you know, basically what has happened with the pandemic was an opportunity to boost a plan that we already were in place before. In the emergency domain, I always say that what is important is not only what you deliver once a crisis happens, but what you have done before to be prepared for the emergency and for the post-emergency. So once we were before the pandemic, we were already looking at the urban forest program, the renewable energy infrastructures and development, the urban sustainable mobility, the transformation of the public space with less car and more people. And when comes the pandemic, basically the need after the pandemic was something really close to what we already done before the pandemic, because increase the public space for people was required during the pandemic, after the pandemic, to increase the social distance and to keep the physical distance of the people. Once they come the pandemic, it was pretty clear that if a population is exposed already to health, to respiratory disease because of the air pollution, they could be more impactful by the pandemic itself, by a virus, as was the COVID-19. So working on removing pollutants and going for a pedestrian and bike-lane cities and more public transport cities is something that is necessary to prevent that a new pandemic could affect stronger our community that was already exposed because of the air quality condition in the Pianura Padana, so the flatland of the Padana. So our investment to go full electric on the public transport before 2030 was decided before, and now we have more resources to speed and to boost faster this investment. To double, even not triple, the bike lines, so there was already a plan. Then comes the opportunity to increase, and thanks to also some of the simplification, the administrative procedure, we can do it easier and faster. The urban forest program and greening, the green infrastructures, was an opportunity and a necessity before of the city, before of the pandemic, because of the climate change. Because there is a pandemic that is ongoing since the last 50 years, is the climate change. And we need to face climate change. Over the last couple of weeks, Milan, Vancouver, Moscow, all other cities were affected by heat waves. We lost more than 300 people during the last 2 or 3 days in Vancouver, in Canada. So investing in the urban forest program is an opportunity to rethinking the public space, face the impact of climate change in terms of heat island effect, and even more, to increase the value of the property, public and private property. And so that was one part of the investment. The other is to increase the value of the common goods, as is the water. So the retrofitting of all our water drainage system is a treatment system. It's a key issue for the future, but at the same time, reduce the consume of plastic and increase the consume of public water, with less production of waste. It's one of the most important parts, because we also be aware that all the plastic is being consumed in city, at the end of the day, or the end of the life, could go to the ocean. And going to the ocean, going in the sea, creating pollution. So reducing the plastic consume, increase the circularity of our system was a priority before and become more important today when we see that the cost of the materials, the raw materials, is increasing. So increasing the circularity nowadays, was already ongoing. It was not anymore an option. It became a priority, because with the iron that is increased of 130% in the cost, if you are capable to recycle and reuse and use the local resources, we are less dependent from the other and from the market. And so we can become a more consciousness as a citizen, as a community, but almost even more efficient as a system. And we can recover it faster and faster. So this priority that become now a priority in the global agenda, in a lot of the cities that are part of the Resilient Cities Network or the C40 network, were already being asked to be implemented and to be funded by the national government, international organization, because all these systems could be support not only for a pandemic that was the COVID-19, but also for the other kind of pandemic we have faced over the last 20 years, or other kind of shock and stress as the climate change. So these infrastructures, the value of these things is meaning an investment that we have a plan of almost more than, let's say, 4 billion euro of investment for the city that has a leverage of of 4. So we got 16 billion investment possible in the next 5 years. With another goals, Milan in 2026, together with Cortina, they're going to organize the Winter Olympics game. And we know how critical it is to organize our Olympics game. We have seen the colleagues in Japan, how they are facing over the last year and a half, and we are welcome to wish all the best for the coming Olympics game. But this is another opportunity for us to think as a sport, as a public good, public infrastructure that help us to rethink the public space itself. And again, it's a picture, it's a vision where we put a human center, a people-centered vision of the city. Even in a densified city, if we have cars, we don't have enough space for people. Cars are one of the reasons of pollution, is one of the reasons of the heat of the city, and it's also something that reduces the space in case of a new requirement of physical distance. So working on these things, bike lane, pedestrian, trees, quality of the built environment is what we are looking in terms of also design guidelines for the public space in terms of the future. And anywhere we stand, because if we are capable to put people at the center of our planning process, our investment, and we are capable to realize that recycling, increasing the circularity is also an opportunity to rebalance the distribution of the resources, economical and materials among the globe, we also could become a more equal, inclusive, and resilient globe in the next 5 to 10 years. It's a big opportunity for all of us, And I think that we all together as a city and then all the system, we can make the difference.
Thank you. Thank you, Piero. So we have short time for a little discussion. And now I would like to ask a question to our speakers. So we know that some economical territories are not the same as administrative territories. The biggest megapolis of the world are administrative unities, municipal unities, or as we say in Moscow, federal subjects. So the distribution of people, the economy, the infrastructure, it is all related to a concept of creating such territories, as I mentioned. And I would like to stress out a fact that comes from researchers, that all cities of the world, except for some Russian cities, urbanization density is distributed in a manner that there is a historical center, and then when we talk about the periphery of this agglomeration, there are less and less high buildings. But in Russia, this is the opposite. On the periphery of a city, we have the highest buildings, and in the city center, we have small buildings. And this trend has become even stronger during market period. And we have this phenomena of high suburb buildings. This is why we have this reaction from Moscow government, huge investments and so on. In pandemic conditions, we had two phenomena that may influence changing this model. The first phenomena is the will of citizens to move into a suburb, and that was present during pandemic period. We don't talk about an apartment. We talk about a separate house in a suburb. And the second trend is a distant work. So my question is, those new researches, new trends that we see for these 2 years, could they significantly influence the transformation of urbanism trends, or these trends are something fluctual, something temporary, that doesn't interfere into real urbanism trends?
Интересный вопрос.
That's an interesting question.
Население города, то у нас 12...
If we look at the city's population, it's 12.5 million people at night, and at daytime there are more of us. A little bit more than 20 million people in Moscow in the daytime, and all of them are Moscow residents living around Moscow or in Moscow. Every day they go to Moscow to work. And there's the trend, to answer your question. Initially, when there were some considerable restrictions at the heat of the pandemic, at the height of the pandemic, we looked at what was happening with the real estate market in the city's suburbs. We also looked at the load for garbage collection, garbage treatment, how the load on Commerce was redistributed in the city and next to it. This happened at the beginning of the pandemic. Right now, the situation has stabilized. There is no peak on the real estate market that was there last spring, perhaps. And I think this is because people moved beyond the city. There are some tools for remote work that are functioning, and all of this is conditioned by the pandemic. As many people notice, a person needs communication. It is through communication that we achieve maximum efficiency. We can resolve many working issues by communicating. And even companies that announced the introduction of remote work, of no bureau space policy, decided to backpedal, and now people are going back to offices. It's a new wave, and I think that we would actually be mostly working offline but for the pandemic. So I would say that the current situation would soon stabilize anyway, and it will not impact the density of construction in a considerable way. Thank you very much. Sergey, what's your take on it? You know, that's an interesting question, and judging from my experience, I've been running offices in Germany and in Russia, and I think that there are two opposing trends. To organize the work within an office, in terms of this organization, this has been a very inefficient and unpleasant situation. So, office spaces should now become places where people work a lot together, where people mix together, where they think together on joint problems. And this results in much more efficient methods. And there are methods that are much more efficient than with online. It's obvious that the efficiency of employees online drops. It's really visible. Even though the organization of work in my offices, online offices, is not so bad. Talking about companies that are located in different places, like during an online conference, we can see that people are talking to each other and they are much more focused, and they come to a joint result much faster because they didn't spend an hour on coming together. They understand that they can spend some time on the online conference and they can switch to another conference, and they spend much less time like this. So we do see some optimization here. Regarding urban construction, we can see that there will be clusters or oases which would be linked to big employers. And around those employers, there will be multifunctional clusters consisting of real estate, offices, and some cultural projects. Because I'm convinced that everything involving culture is difficult to understand online. I believe that pictures in picture galleries should be viewed offline and not online. Even going to the cinema is a different experience compared to a home movie. So I believe that there might be satellite cities that will have their centers of attraction. It doesn't mean that they are low-density cities. There will be some centers of gravity there, some domination centers. And then the distance between some of those places can be covered through some efficient means of transportation. So this is a different structure compared to a hub where everything is organized in the center and going towards the peripheries with a lower density. So right now there are some decentrical distributed networks. I think that maybe this is the consequence of the pandemic. Thank you very much. And now I would like to ask our international colleagues to react to my question, maybe in the following context. We are talking about sustainable development concept in many foreign cities, and there has been a policy of making cities more compact in terms of saving energy, power, and preventing those cities from spreading too far. In Japan, it's difficult to spread for a city. There is not so much space, it's clear. But in principle, have there been any changes due to the new conditions amid the pandemic? As to these concepts, are the cities still compact? Or maybe there are some new trends, such as remote work, online work, living closer to nature. Maybe because of those trends, the cities became bigger. Are there such trends? And now, I would like to ask you, Fujita-san, can you comment on this, given the particular features of your historical city, Kyoto?
Thank you. Could I give my opinion in Japanese? Okay. Okay. Sorry. Could I give my opinion in Japanese, please? Okay. 今のお尋ねで都市のレジリエンスということを考えるときに、私は
Yes, thank you for your question. You raised a very interesting topic, that is sustainable development of cities. Talking about sustainable development, it's in Japan that there are a lot of cities that want to be compact and rather small, and at the same time they are not so sustainable. So I think that we need to consider nature, our relationship to nature, being environment friendly. And this is how we can save energy resources. We can also arrange special working sites, and we can move on towards sustainable development of cities. So what can we do? In the context of the pandemic, to ensure this sustainable development, that's through our attitude, careful attitude towards nature and resources, the minimal load on nature. This is how we can react to the pandemic and ensure sustainable development. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's a very interesting position, which is a bit different from that of our previous speakers. But I think that anyway, all cities are different. Each city has its own agenda, its own vision, and I think that life is very interesting and diverse. It's good. Mr. Politsara, could you share your position on this issue?
Well, I think as sustainable development, as part of my answer before, I think that we put at the head our policy of a vision of sustainable development. It's a matter of different reasons. It's a matter of financial. If you look, we have the United Nations launched the SDG, the Sustainable Development Goals. After a while comes the financial market, has introduced the ESG standard. So nowadays, investors, if you are not sustainable in terms of environmentally friendly and sustainable in terms of inclusion with the community, then will not come to funding and to invest in the city and your business. It's, I mean, discussing about sustainable development, if it's an option or not, it's an old conversation. Nowadays, being sustainable is given for granted for all the bigger international development organization, as well as the big corporation. If you think oil company, they are looking to rethinking themselves. The financial institution, if we look at the US BlackRock or the European Amundi Asset Management, they're speaking about $1 trillion of euro of asset. They have included sustainable development, and then comes to city development, and comes to where the people live, where the people are more densified. And yes, there is different needs. Italy hosts a big part of the cultural heritage, the cultural heritage. And then it's more complicated, require more resources, because we need to protect our cultural heritage from the impact of the environmental degradation somehow, but at the same time we need to make this more sustainable in terms of performance. So it's true that every city has a different vision. It's true that every city has a peculiarity in terms of sites, in terms of population, of even flow between the near city and so on. But there is something that is uncommon in cities. We need to consume less and to be more close and connected with the nature. But this is not an option because we want to become environmentalists. It's a matter of health of our community. It's a matter of protecting the rights and giving the same opportunity at the future generation as we got. So it's just a matter to give access to the future generation, of what we really need to make possible in the near future. So I'm talking with colleagues from Japan, saying that we need to, every cities are different, but then be sustainable. It's really possible in every kind of city. Big city, small city, larger city, densify, or with the urban sprawl. We have technology, we have infrastructure, so we spend a lot of our technology for, for social network, but at the same time we do the technology, for producing every kind of goods. So we can produce and use technology to make our life more sustainable and more live. Just share my insight. I'm living in Milan. Since January, I try to live without using even the public transport. I'm only walking, I'm only running as a person. I'm trying. I did 1,900 kilometers in 6 months. This is possible. Change the time of your life. I'm in a good position, I think, as a professional, and I'm living healthy, and I'm fine with this. So that is the way how we change ourselves in perspective. Yeah, I mean, it's different from Moscow to Milan. I totally agree that it's 50 kilometers of sites. Moscow and Milan, it's less. It's really more smaller, but there is a mix of solution, and it's just a matter of behavior and willingness to make it.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much. And we will conclude by this, and you said it very well, it's just a matter of willing, we need to do something. I think this is how we can conclude our discussion. The future of our cities seems to be quite sustainable, and the current pandemic seems to be very challenging at the moment. We're all tired because of those restrictions that we have. But anyway, cities have even seen worse. And anyway, there are some new ideas about what's happening now, and I think that those ideas will make their own contribution to our agenda. So we'll wait and see, as the Russian proverb goes. Thank you very much for your involvement in the discussion. Goodbye.
Добрый день, дорогие друзья, наши уважаемые...
Good afternoon, dear friends, our distinguished guests and speakers, and dear audience. We are starting our panel discussion, which is called The Culture of Good Deeds. How can they change the urban environment? Right now, volunteering is a must-have habit, and non-commercial sector and the government keep supporting the socially significant projects, thus transforming the urban environment, which becomes more convenient and accessible for all people in the city. According to the statistics, people who are engaged in volunteering are less likely to suffer from diseases, and I am talking about this as a doctor. They have less or fewer cardiovascular diseases, they have lower levels of anxiety and depressions. The fight against the COVID-19 pandemic united millions of citizens and marked the rise of volunteerism. And we can see some results amid the pandemic, and we will talk more about it. Volunteers helped doctors, retirees, and people with limited mobility. Today, every resident of a mega city has a chance to contribute to creating a more fair community and making his own contribution to the entire city. And today we are going to discuss issues around this topic. We have speakers in this room and online speakers from international organizations, and we will talk about the challenges for social projects and NGOs, and about how the pandemic and COVID-19 impacted those volunteering initiatives, and what structures are used by NGOs to involve people in volunteerism. My name is Pavel. I represent the Red Cross, and we have here with us Ekaterina Dragunova, chairwoman of the Moscow Committee of Public Relations and Youth Policy, Lana Zhurkina, founder and director, Volunteer Center House of Friends. Hello, Lana. House of Friends, yes. Anastasia Malkova, managing partner, Stonehenge. Hello. Daria Lyover, urbanist, researcher of cities. Hello. Thank you for being here with us. And we also have Jennifer Gould, Executive Director, the Neighborhood Design Center. Hello, Jennifer. And we also have with us Rafael Martinez, Partnerships Development Specialist, United Nations Volunteers. Thank you for being with us today. And let us start our discussion. Today I think it is going to be very interesting. Ekaterina, let's start with you. Earlier,
добровольческой деятельностью занимались особенно молодые люди. И можно сказать, что...
There were a lot of young people doing volunteerism, and volunteerism had a young face. Did we have any changes amid the pandemic in Moscow? How did the pandemic affect the development of volunteerism in the city? Because well, did people think about their own health locked up in their houses, or did they think about someone else? Well, of course, as this pandemic showed, there has been growth of volunteerism, and Moscow is not an exception. Right now, we have about 600,000 volunteers who participated in the program We Are Together, and they keep helping the city. I can tell you that we are here with you, and at this urban forum platform there are volunteers, and the most important thing that Moscow volunteers are doing, there are about 6,000 of them every day. They help ensure the vaccination. We are having a large-scale vaccination in the city. Right now, there are 66 pavilions in city parks and commercial centers where you can get vaccinated, and of course our volunteers help there, and we are really happy to see this picture. Let's get back to this image of a portrait of a volunteer. We did a survey in our city and looked at the average age of a volunteer in Moscow, and this figure is 29 years old. So it's very difficult to say whether this is really a young person. Well, according to the federal law, it's a young person, but we also have some statistics here that might be of interest. So if we look at the numbers, the largest number of our volunteers are working people. The second place goes to students, and there's a nice thing. There are also school children volunteering in Moscow. There are a lot of kids who really wanted to help during the worst time of the pandemic. School students called us and asked us, how can we help you? Of course, we can't allow them to go to some elderly people if they are below 18, but they worked at call centers. And sometimes they said, you know, I turned 18 today, where can I go? And sometimes, well, right now we take vaccination assistance starting from 14 years old, and it's the majority of them. So if we look at education of our volunteers, you can see that 48.7% of volunteers are people with a higher education. We can say that they take a
что там нужно делать. То есть это действительно осознанные люди вполне.
Conscious choice, so they understand what they do, where they go. That's the next factor.
Волонтерскую деятельность. И вот видите, у нас практически показатели, что
they come in their volunteerism.
находят самостоятельность.
You can see that some of them, well, about 36% of them participate in volunteering independently. But there are also a lot of people who come here through volunteering centers or some other NGOs, and there are quite a lot of them in Moscow. The most popular areas of volunteering are social volunteerism, that is, people who help their neighbors and so on. And if we look at the metrics of values of a young person, the most important things are love and family, and career and money are in the third and fourth place, because our students start earning money at an early age, and you have a lot of opportunities to earn money in Moscow and to study in Moscow. There are lots of such opportunities. But we also noticed some other facts. We've had many more surveys, not just this one. Thank you. This regards the Mos Volunteer project. If we look at people, young people who are trying to choose a job, it's not important for them what the size of the company is. It's important for them to see if this company has projects for volunteerism. And it's really important when they choose their future job. A young person looks immediately what social projects a company has. And amid the pandemic, there has been growth in corporate volunteerism. There are entrepreneurs who also do volunteering, and we also looked at how to restructure the activities of a volunteering center in Moscow. And actually, a volunteering center in Moscow is the router for civil society initiatives. Sometimes NGOs come to us. Sometimes it's partners and business people, and they all come to our volunteering center. Because during the pandemic, our volunteering center was at Tverskaya Street in the center of Moscow, and there were lots of people coming who wanted to help. And we understood that we had to restructure our work, and we organized, we set up a volunteering center in the center of Moscow where everyone could get some help. And recently we've had an important event in Moscow. We recently opened a new House of Volunteers of Moscow. And It's a new location. It's a good transport hub next to Metro Belaruska, where we have a co-working zone, and there is a project which is called the team, because it's very difficult to do without a team and volunteering. The team is the most important thing. And once again, I would like to seize this opportunity to say thank you to all our volunteers, those who are helping the city at this moment, who are doing something nice, because it's really very easy to do a good deed. Thank you, Ekaterina. This is a very interesting survey, and you can see from this small slide that there is a lot of work that was carried out, and there are lots of specialists who develop volunteering. So we would like to thank you and to thank all the volunteers for their contribution during the pandemic. I think that every Muscovite saw a volunteer, and a volunteer might help this Muscovite answer some calls during the pandemic. That is really very important. So what we do is really reflected in social projects. We are running through a challenging era. I hope that this situation will not repeat itself, but if it does, we know that volunteers in Moscow are always ready to help. Thank you very much. And now I would like to give the floor to Raphael. Hello once again. The pandemic has resulted in the development of virtual online volunteering. As a result, volunteers can help NGOs without leaving their homes, which is safe and comfortable. And your platform, UN Online Volunteers, has been functioning for more than 20 years. Can you tell us about it? Did you change the format of cooperating with volunteers in 2020 and 2021? What's your vision of development of volunteer initiatives in the future? As Ekaterina said, the most popular areas of volunteering in Moscow are very different formats chosen by young people. It's the medical area, the social area, culture, the environment. So talking about volunteering not just in Moscow but in other megacities, what are the priority areas for volunteers?
First of all, I would like to thank the Moscow Urban Forum for organizing this important event and the possibility to promote volunteerism through this dialogue. The United Nations Volunteers, as you mentioned, has been operating for many decades, and is a global advocate for volunteerism. It contributes to peace and development worldwide. We work with partners to integrate volunteerism and to support the deployment of UN volunteers to support the work of the United Nations globally. We do this in many different ways, and I will share with you a few examples. For instance, UNV works with partners to increase data and evidence. An analysis that we conducted in 2018 showed that the annual efforts of more than 1 billion volunteers around the world are equal to 109 million full-time workers. To put this in context, the volunteer workforce is nearly 3 times the number of those employed globally in financial services. So this tells us about the importance of volunteerism. And many of these volunteers, and the majority right now, are in mega cities and in cities. It's true that the pandemic has changed global and individual working dynamics, and this, of course, has affected volunteerism. For instance, UNV, like its partners, had to adjust to the new reality. And last year, UNV was coordinating, in collaboration with the International Federation of the Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, the Global Technical Meeting on Volunteerism. The meeting was going to take place in New York. The UNV and IFRC reacted quickly and facilitated a multi-stakeholder consultation and event that attracted more than 70 speakers from 60 countries with over 4,000 participants. This was done virtually, and it was a success. For instance, among those partners, there were several representatives from Russia, from the government, civil society, or from the academia. I recall the important contributions, for instance, from the Association of Volunteer Centers at a regional breakout session that UNV and IFRC organized for Europe and CIS. So we, like everyone, we had to adjust, and there are many positive things into that. we have proven that volunteerism can be done either on site or online. And in this process, we have been supporting our partners. And I would like to give more detailed examples, and some of those are connected to the topic that we're discussing here, that is about urban volunteerism. For instance, UNV provides skilled global citizens to the UN, and UNV offers them the possibility to support the efforts of the UN system in the 3 pillars. That is basically development, peace and security, and human rights. Last year, UNV facilitated the deployment of almost 10,000 UN volunteers in 157 territories and countries. We reached gender parity with 52% of the volunteers being women, and we facilitated the deployment of 88 volunteers with disabilities. We are trying to bring into the work of the UN and volunteerism everyone. We are trying not to leave anyone behind. Among all these thousands of volunteers, around 1,000 of them contributed directly to the response to the pandemic. They were supporting different UN initiatives, interagency coordination, UN programs, public health response, as you have mentioned in your introduction. And they have proven, and UNV has proven, that volunteerism serves to unite and to bring together different partners to work for a common good. Right now, we are all facing the same challenge, and it's important that we all work together to overcome that challenge. I would like to conclude with a couple of examples related to how Russian volunteers are contributing through volunteerism to urban development. UNV partners with member states to sponsor their nationals and to deploy them as UN volunteers. And we have a collaboration with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation to deploy Russian experts to support the work of the UN. And since 2018, we have deployed 39 experts to support in many different professional areas. For instance, 2 of these experts are supporting, one in Zimbabwe, is supporting the United Nations Development Program, and is contributing to the reduction of poverty by designing interventions in the sector of urban resilience building, green jobs, and social protection. Another volunteer from Russia is supporting the United Nations Human Settlements Program, UN Habitat, to promote socially and environmentally sustainable towns and cities in Kenya. These are just a few examples of the value of volunteerism, of the value that the volunteers bring, and the importance of exchanging knowledge, because this contributes to improve the response to all the challenges that we're facing. I would like to thank you again for inviting UNV to participate in this important event, and I'm looking forward to a rewarding discussion. Thank you very much.
Спасибо большое, Рафаэль. Спасибо вам.
Thank you, Raphael. Thank you for your cooperation with Russian volunteers and with Russian organizations. I know that this cooperation is very intense, and new projects will come. Thank you for your joint project with Red Cross. So these 2 organizations, UN Voluntary and Red Cross, will do a lot of good things in Russian Federation, I am sure. Okay. I know that you represent, Lana, you represent House of Friends organization that works with vulnerable people. I think that pandemic situation was very difficult for them. Tell us about some new highlights during this period. Did you discover some new problems related to the cooperation between NGOs and citizens of megacities? Hello to everybody. All our volunteering action is based on women, and you may see it here. 80% of our voluntary people are women, and 45 years. This is an average age of our volunteers. I think at this age we have more knowledge, we have more expertise, we have more empathy, and our children are not so little anymore. They are grown-ups, so we may do something else. What was pandemic situation for us? That was a challenge, and we see that NGOs are coping quite well with those situations, and especially we are created for such kind of situations, because we did all our best to preserve the situation in our city as non-critical. As for us, for our organization, we believe that pandemic situation was a period of intense growth, because there were people that came to help, to find help, and it was a period of our maximum visibility. Journalists came to see us to talk about problems of vulnerable people, and there were a lot of journalists that wanted to talk about such projects. It wasn't only oligarchs who made a fortune of this. Okay, our project is, our example is a quintessence of this idea how to develop a project, from the idea up to real deeds. So we just count 2 days between an idea and a real action. So we rent a hostel, our first hostel, and after we had a lot of people involved, everybody was ready to help. So I would like to say that we not only work to help people and to move people from the streets into a refuge, but our main goal is to show Muscovites that they should be more tolerant to people that are not like them. And I want to say that there were some citizens of Moscow that were very aggressive towards homeless people, but then they became more tolerant. Everybody understood that that is a problem that may hit everybody. And they saw us, they saw what we do, and their approach changed. I may say that a social effect that we were seeking so hopelessly finally came in. So we had a lot of calls asking, so we have a homeless man here, how can I help? That was how they address us. This is something untouchable, intangible, I mean. You may not count this, but you feel it. A volunteer is the basis of a lot of organizations, such as my organization, because volunteers give a movement to such organization, but working with volunteers is a huge job, because you have to teach volunteers, you have to include them into systemic help, because one unique action doesn't help a lot. It is emotional involvement. But when we develop volunteering actions, when we organize education courses, when we help them organizationally, when we give them jobs that they like, that leads to a long-term volunteering, and maybe such volunteer will become a member of a volunteer organization. Yes, we cope with a lot of problems like state does. We provide support to state. Sometimes it's very difficult, but I think it will be easier when not only our citizens are volunteers, but also state people, decision makers, when they come with us to to the product distribution, to our real work, when they will see people to whom state helps. So sometimes we motivate them, but maybe it's not enough. We try to show with our work that we were created not to make barriers to somebody, not to teach somebody. We were created to help where the state is too big to act. Such situation like pandemic situation motivates us to move quicker. That was a voluntary organization, a voluntary action. A lot of people were involved. And for the first time in my life, I believed that we may do something quickly and efficiently in our state. That was something surprising to me. At this point of time, I may say that COVID crisis taught us a lot of things. We reinvented our approaches. We reformatted our approaches. We have 2 refuges for vulnerable people, endangered people. We work with them very actively, and we do a lot of stuff with them, and we provide legal support, economical support, and so on. But I still have one claim. Nobody sees that the infrastructure of the city should include some space for non-commercial sector. I mean, some buildings for aged people. Such buildings should be integrated into city infrastructure. Such infrastructure should contain a space for shelters and so on, because the most deficient that we have is a lack of space from city that would be without any payment for us. Of course, this is a huge barrier. So please come to us, be our volunteer to help. Thank you, Lana. Your remarks are very important in the context of this forum. They reflect a demand from NGOs, from non-commercial sector towards urbanists. They say that non-commercial organizations need some special spaces integrated into infrastructures, because now they are important. They are not minor structures that only exist. No, such organizations have real roles, and they even take a part of a state's role when they have experts, when they have helpers. And that is true that pandemic situation reflected these factors. We have to pay more attention to such organizations. And you were right to say that NGOs are created for such critical moments to help, to support, because we all exist for people, to make their life more comfortable and to help them when they are vulnerable. Thank you very much, and I give the floor to Jennifer. So Lana mentioned some voluntary projects to adapt each people current crisis to current challenges. You represent an organization that exists from 1968. Tell us about your work, how those initiatives influence social climate in cities. What were the initiatives that you launched to create an inclusive environment and to cope with social inequality?
Thank you. Thank you for bringing me here today to Moscow to share the work of the Neighborhood Design Center. Neighborhood Design Center is a nonprofit organization in the U.S. We were founded in 1968 and have worked on over 5,000 projects in our 50-plus years, primarily in Baltimore, Maryland, and the Maryland suburbs of Washington, D.C. in the U.S. We work with designers and community members to build the urban environment to support low and moderate income communities. I'm going to share my screen and give a little presentation. So NDC's projects are collaborations between residents, community stakeholders, design professionals, local government agencies, fellow nonprofits, and our staff. Together we lay the groundwork for improving blocks, renovating parks and schools, reclaiming abandoned structures for community use, and revitalizing commercial districts. Neighborhood Design Center's core role is to support community-initiated planning and design to drive investment in low and moderate income communities. Projects can range from as small as a community garden to as large as a transportation corridor. The intention behind this work is to organize neighborhoods around investment in public spaces. By beginning with community co-design, the community develops a plan that meets their needs and signals to funders like real estate investors and city government that they're shovel ready for investment. The community engagement and planning is already done by the community. When the design is done pro bono with volunteer designers, NDC acts as the project manager, and we put together a team of volunteer design professionals to partner on the work. NDC is not involved in implementation at all in that scenario. However, during COVID, moving swiftly to implementation was very important for our community partners. That's where Design for Distancing came into action in Baltimore. Design for Distancing used public space interventions to invigorate small business during COVID-19. Developed in response to COVID-19 and the challenges faced by local businesses, Design for Distancing called on design and public health communities to develop and implement innovative approaches to safe physical distance gathering. So what did we do? We co-designed, we did space planning, we did network building, community engagement, design project management assistance, and construction management assistance. The mayor of Baltimore put $1.5 million to the initiative to create socially distanced interventions on our small business districts. The result was a fast-paced social media campaign, an ideas competition, circulated around the world to architects, artists, and anyone with a good idea. From hand-drawn sketches by children to professional renderings, we got over 160 submissions. Concepts were asked to be temporary, low cost, utilize sidewalks, closed streets, parking spaces, and vacant lots. We were prioritizing durable, sustainable materials and construction methods, and the projects had to be inclusive, equitable, and adaptable to different communities. Out of that, we put together a design guidebook, which included more than just the selected plans. It included everything you needed to get going, from building resources, health guidelines, reading recommendations, and more. And perhaps most importantly, the guide talks about ways to make the process inclusive of the community using co-design. We've had over 50 years to hone this people-centered, equity-focused approach to try to help others account for racial equity, multilingual communities, and differently abled users. In the first 6 months of the project, there were over 15,000 visits and 10,000 downloads of the guidebook from over 50 countries around the world. Following the guidebook, we worked in 17 neighborhoods all over Baltimore City to build these projects. And each team included a design team, a build team, and the local community to develop a custom design and build them in place. These are a few examples of the projects that we built during the months last summer as COVID-19 was taking over our city. From for restaurant users to community play spaces to places to gather safely to see your neighbors and friends, to places for gathering together for community use. Design for Distancing brought together design volunteers in the urban environment to support small business and safe use of our public space during this crisis. And it really showed how volunteers could come together to support the urban environment. This one is used for safe gathering for events such as exercise or public speaking. And all of these spaces continue to be used as we emerge from COVID-19 and are quickly becoming a permanent part of our city, showing how small business and community can play a very important role in our urban environment. And it was volunteers that brought all that to the fore.
Спасибо большое, Дженнифер.
Thank you very much, Jennifer, for this very interesting presentation and for your large-scale work. I think that in your case, the pandemic did help because it enabled people who stayed at homes to come up with a lot of interesting projects and be creative and launch new initiatives. And by the way, in Russia we have several volunteering projects that bring together architects, designers that build different mock-ups and models of public spaces that appear in cities after that. I think that exchange of experience between our organizations would be very useful. Thank you very much for your very interesting presentation. And now I would like to move on to Anastasia. In 2021, Stonehenge became a general partner of some shelters for the homeless, and this was a corporate responsibility project. So how are you going on? What assistance does your program include? And how are you implementing the program for helping the homeless? Dear colleagues, good afternoon. I'm happy to see you here. And it's so nice to listen to such a very important topic raised at this global platform, the Moscow Urban Forum, talking about our program for helping the homeless. I would like to start by telling you about the transformation of the approach to the city environment and our role in it. If we talk about the foundations and NGOs, today they are not participants of creating the city environment. And that's strange because developers and charitable organizations are key participants of creating a city environment today. And if we look at our city agenda, the city determines three key areas, that is the comfort of citizens, the environment, and a city of equal opportunities, a city for everyone. And our cooperation with these shelters for the homeless, and actually this organization was launched 31 years ago. That's an important tool for creating an equitable city where every person is important. It's not important if you are in a bad life situation or not. So we have been here on this market for 14 years. We have 16 projects in our portfolio, and I'm talking about large-scale construction and local development. And of course, as we move on to a new location, we analyze it in terms of transport availability, infrastructure, about what's happening in the region, how we can improve it. And today there is this stereotype that developers that do expensive real estate do not see any difference between the segments. There is a stereotype that developers only work with the rich audience, but it's not the case actually. And if we look at today's experience and at Western statistics, 83% of consumers believe that businesses do not have the right to gain profits if they do not participate in charitable or environmental programs. And this program of a comprehensive approach to studying the local community pushed us towards this project of helping for the homeless. And we are trying to build this location, and all the possibilities came together here, the time, the location, our opportunities, our capabilities. We build homes where the homeless can stay for the night, can find their own home. And as a result, we are looking for a path to a home together. And this is an organic part of the values and goals of our two organizations. Furthermore, actually, those organizations, those shelters, do not call those people the homeless. They call them our clients. And we have a client-oriented, a client-focused approach. We care about our clients. So this is how our two organizations found some common language and understood how to move on. Right now there is no question whether we should help our clients or not, whether we should pay everyone's attention to it or not. Actually, it has become a norm for the whole world. So we have a lot of resources. We have capabilities because we are a full cycle company, and we determined 3 areas of cooperation. Vector or area 1, this is financial partnership. By the end of the year, we are going to provide 20 million rubles of assistance. And this financial aid is earmarked to support all those shelters for the homeless in Moscow. This is the salary for drivers, for all those people who help. Secondly, it's also an opportunity to create jobs, which is a very important tool. We have a very powerful corporate culture at our company. And today we are not ashamed of hiring new people. And we work with this shelter in the following way. We do create jobs for the homeless, but only for those ones who are ready to take step 1, who want to do something with their lives, who are ready for a change. And in this situation, it was very important for us to change the business processes of our company a little bit. We met with this shelter last autumn, and we needed 7 months to change the business processes at our company to make it easier for new people to start working at our company. And as of the end of 2020, more than half of people who were in the street were out there in the street after losing a job. And they had this fear that they come to the company and they will be deceived once again. And they were afraid of being in a society where they would not be accepted, where people would believe that there was something wrong with them. So it was very important for us to adapt our current personnel and our current employees to these new workers. It was very important for us to make sure that the new candidate, a new employee, felt comfortable and protected at our company. And our third area is the humanitarian project, which is called the Night Bus. It's a bus with volunteers, and we involve volunteers from the real estate market, the journalists, brokers, and company employees. Our important business value is empathy, and it is through empathy, through putting yourself in the shoes of another person, that our employees can realize why we are doing all that, why we need that. And talking about our program, we are talking about a comprehensive approach, the integrity of our interaction. And today, businesses are being transformed, and there is a new approach to charity. Before, you just thought, okay, you paid some money, you donated some money, and that's it. But right now, people prefer doing some kind deeds, not just sending money. And this is how we can help. This shelter for the homeless is an organization of professionals who know what to do. So we are having an equal partnership where everyone does what he or she is best at. But we know that everyone needs a home. And talking about a summary of what we are doing, about this comprehensive approach, the real help is about responsibility. Today we help by providing information. Tomorrow we are sending money for a specific purpose. In parallel, we are sending volunteers, and it's through this comprehensive approach that we can achieve our goals. A city is not about walls. A city is about people, and those people who are without a home, without walls, really need our support. Going back to the global experience, I believe that this case would not have such a wow effect elsewhere, but in Moscow it was a wow effect. For other countries, it's already a norm. For example, there are consultation centers in the most luxurious areas of Paris. So in Paris, for example, it's a standard, it's a norm where a person, a homeless person, can take a shower somewhere, read a book, and ask for help in terms of finding a job. So we believe that our mission is to make this a norm for Moscow. And step by step, we are approaching this goal while being supported by our professional business partner, the Shelter for the Homeless. So I would like to say thank you very much, Grigory and Daria, for your trust for our long-term partnership. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this interesting presentation. I think if we have more companies like yours with those emphatic people involved in this work, I think we will have more. We will have stronger NGOs because they will have an extra support from you, not only on behalf of some separate people, but from you, from companies. When you involve people, when you involve your employees to those projects, I think you may take into account when you create your infrastructures, some spaces for NGOs, for volunteering action, for non-commercial projects, and so on. I think that will be a good platform for cooperation. We think about that, and a key point is that we cooperate with our employees. So through volunteering, we were able to plunge our employees into this action, and everybody understood why that was important. I didn't stress out, and now I would like to do this, that you have first case. Yes, we have a first case of employment. It is important. It is too early to make any conclusion. We don't understand how it will develop. This is the second month of working with this person, but we already had 13 interviews, and I hope that I will share my experience next time. Yes, that will be a new experience for us. That's true. Thank you. I am sure that your experience will be a good lesson for everybody, for every commercial company that will do the same. We not only talk about social environment in cities, but about overall environment. Tell us, Daria, about volunteering project to improve city environment, to make them more comfortable, more accessible. I think this is the most interesting topic in Moscow Urban Forum. So how can we make cities more comfortable? Kinda, and so on. So I don't have a lot of time, and I will be brief. Yes, I will tell you about key social initiatives that create communication and links between the social community and the state. And I will talk to you about Russian initiatives. As I'm urbanist and I'm researcher of cities, and this is my professional interest to know how to create communication between cities and citizens. That is the case I would like to talk about. Our colleagues from Russian Academy asked migrants what was the life they were seeking for, and the answer was that they were looking for better quality of life. And now we have another question. When we talk about citizens, should we ask them what is the life quality they would like to see in the city they live or in the city they travel? We have a lot of Moscow citizens here that watch us, and we know that such services are very developed in our cities. I mean, there are some platforms where you can vote for some decisions to change city environments and so on. All these projects are representative. You see how many people are involved, and expert communities are involved also. Just one example, or even two examples. There are two monuments in the city centers that were promoted by citizens, by thousands of citizens. Then another project that is called Our City, and here citizens were also involved to improve backyards. So my clicker doesn't work properly. Okay, I would like to quote an example from Vardo. That was a Komafest festival. Two artists, two architecture researchers created a space, a place to attract street artists, and now this festival is conducted annually. Of course, they attract attention to the life of people in this region, and this movement, of course, has a lot of perspective. Our city of Yekaterinburg became a capital of street art. For the last 12 years, they host a festival of street art. This is a civil initiative that was supported by federal authorities and by citizens. Every year, all the artists that come not only from Russia but from all around the world create these works, these pieces of art. And I would like to show you another examples, because when the festival is over, there are something long-standing, something for a long term. I would like to say that some problematic areas are just relaunched after such project. The project that you may see on the screen takes place in Arkhangelsk. This is something unique. It is still in action. It is a civil initiative that was supported by local authorities, and it received financement from federal authorities. We came there to evaluate the quality of city environment. We developed prototypes. We analyzed how to renew visual content in this city, to understand what would be stakeholders' approaches. We made a mood board. So we showed what would be advantages for the state if we develop such project. So have a look on how this work may look like. It is a cultural approach. We develop some colors that are proper for the city. Arkhangelsk is the capital of wood architecture, and there are some beautiful examples of that. And the history of the city is amazing. So people just talk about their moods, about their ideas in this city. And when you make such kind of analysis, you may discover main ideas. We started work of discovering this region to develop vectors of development. And after a strategy of public art was proposed to Arkhangelsk, and then a lot of artists came to this city to discover this city and to create something interesting. And when this project will be realized and when it will be presented to authorities and citizens, then they will work together with local artists to paint it, really paint it in the city. I think this initiative is amazing, and I would like that such initiative would be continued not only there but all over the Russia. Thank you. I think this initiative is very interesting. I think our spectators would find something interesting and something repelling. So this is true that modern cities should be seen through the optic of NGOs that are integral parts of their lives. Cities should be changed, should transform themselves according to new situations, new ideas. Yes, we want our cities to be more adapted, more socially successful. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you for our speakers that were online with us. I hope that the next year we will see how this project will be would be put in scale. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Добрый вечер, дорогие друзья. Мне кажется, пятница...
Good evening, dear colleagues. I think that Friday evening is a great opportunity to talk about the involvement of local citizens and city communities, about how to create new links between neighbors, about how civil communities can develop the polycentricity or monocentricity of a city. It's a great opportunity to talk about that. Let me introduce our guests. That's Oleg Kichikov, head of the State Housing Inspectorate of Moscow. We also have Ms. Bela Filatova, partner of Architectural Bureau of Friendship, and also Ekaterina Goldberg, partner, Orchestra Design. And we also have here with us our international experts. That is Dan Hill, Director of Strategic Design, Vinova. Hello, Dan. Good morning, I think, or maybe good night. Robert Hammond, Co-founder, Executive Director, Friends of the High Line. And Henry Senov, Professor Emeritus, Architecture, College of Design, North Carolina State University, Principal Founder, Environmental Design Research Association. Today, as I said, we are going to talk about participation, about the new challenges that the post-pandemic 2021 is having in front of us. What new phenomena and successful practices there are that we had this year in Russia, in Moscow, globally. We are going to talk about this in detail today, and our key presentation will be from Mr. Sanov, and then we will talk during about 10 minutes about the experience that we accumulated the last 6 months. Mr. Sanov, I would like to ask you to begin with, as the founder of this participation design phenomenon. This is what we have had in Russia for the last 5 years. We've developed this practice in Russia, in many smaller cities, and we are using this approach that you are the founder of. So please share your opinion as to the possibilities of this development of a polycentric city. In your practice, are there any groups of people or the population that are more involved in city development or less developed in city development? So what's your take of this experience that we've had during the pandemic in terms of the involvement of people? The floor is yours.
Включите, пожалуйста, микрофон.
Please switch your mic on Zoom.
Мы вас не слышим.
We cannot hear you.
Is that okay?
Да.
Okay.
Yes.
It's nice to be here, although I haven't left my house. Recently, there's been a lot of discussion about the concept of engagement. This follows, resiliency and sustainability. And what's particularly interesting is that it's had worldwide interest. Everybody's using the term. But one of the things that I find really critical is the methods that are appropriate for any form of engagement. I call them, tools. About 45 years ago, I wrote a book called Design Games, and this is really a collection of tools that can be used not unlike an electrician's tools or a carpenter's tools. Depending upon the circumstance, there are tools by which you can engage people. It's been translated to Japanese, Korean, Mexican, and it's become very popular actually in Japan. One of the things that's particularly important, anytime we talk about any form of participation, is what's the purpose? Is it to generate ideas, to identify attitudes, to resolve a conflict, to measure opinion, or to review a proposal? Which suggests that it's necessary that there's a participation plan. so the methods become very clear. And I'd like to show you a couple of projects that use some of the methods that I've developed, planning as well as architecture. The first is a school. The idea is that the school is an important attribute of the community and should become and could become the center of a community. So we always start projects with all the people who are affected by the design and planning decisions. Children, for example. So we ask children to draw their image, ideas about school that they think are important. And lo and behold, the drawing was published in the newspaper. And when the building was completed, the students said, "We designed the building," because a lot of the students had drawn sketches with towers. Now, you don't really see this very often in a local newspaper where the front page is a picture of the school. This was done about 25 years ago. Now, this is what it looks like today. We generally start with the concept of a wish poem. Quite often, if you talk about objectives and goals, you have to define what you mean, and people will say, well, this is not an objective, it's a goal. If we start with wishes, we get at really the most important ideas that are in the minds of teachers, parents, children of different grades. So the teachers, and this is important because quite often the teachers are never asked, they want a warm, colorful, friendly building, obviously pleasing front entrance, beautiful, unique, and interesting. I've never met a teacher who wanted an ugly building. Now, in all of the work that I do, the methods require everybody to participate, and so consequently, I use the concept of small groups, 4 or 5 people. The sociological concept behind it is based on values clarification. People talk about what their beliefs are and share these beliefs and have to make decisions through consensus. The other important factor is what I would describe as minimize aggression. Quite often in large groups, sometimes people are uncomfortable speaking. Sometimes very powerful speakers tend to dominate the group. In small groups, even dominant personalities don't have much power to influence more than 3 or 4 other people. The previous picture really talks about physical attributes of schools. Teachers talk about the activities are important, the learning objectives that are important, and then the kind of spaces that can accommodate those objectives. And so there were a series of photographs. The photographs are really trying to link teachers' learning objectives to particular places. The proposal is really a new school building because the existing building is beyond repair. And so the teachers and parents were asked to join in a planning session. They articulated some of the important features they wanted in a building. Sunlight in all the classrooms, classrooms facing south, outdoor classrooms. And again, the teachers and parents came together in small groups and came up with various solutions, and they all admitted this is a very difficult problem to solve because they wanted all the classrooms to face south, and they said, we couldn't do it. And they said, well, you're the architect, you do it, which is really important because for the first time, people who are not design professionals began to understand what it is that architects do. So we took all the models back to the office and began to look at advantages and disadvantages, and we came up with a solution. Now, the local artists wanted to be part of the process, wanted to be somehow part of the building. So the towers then became the galleries for local artists. And the artists were not only exhibiting their work, but the teachers really felt comfortable in working with the artists in some of the projects that the children were doing. So the artists would bring in paintings and sculpture and consequently work with children on some of the projects. And here's one example. It's a tree, and each leaf has a student's hand with their name on it. Now, the idea is that this school belongs to the community, and the community should really feel comfortable using the building. What we found in the past 25 years, students who had gone to the school are now older, married, have children, bring their young children to the school and show them where their leaf is or where their house. Each house has another student's name. So in 25 years, there's a kind of collage of all kinds of student representation throughout all the walls of the building. This is the school today. And there have been many tour groups coming from different parts of the world to look at the school, not so much in terms of the physical design, but in terms of the process that was used and how important it is for the teachers. This school has the largest number of teachers applying to teach here. It's got a good reputation for the students' work in the quality of arts, lowest absentee rate of any school in the region. And so the whole idea of the process lingers on. It's part of the culture of the school that parents and children and teachers participate. I've done a lot of projects in Japan, and this one is particularly interesting because in Japan, cities don't have a lot of land, and there was a need in this city of Nano, about 100,000 people. There wasn't sufficient recreation area, and so consequently, it was necessary to fill in part of the bay, which was adjoining the city. And the mayor and the planners of the city spent 2 years generating proposals which were systematically rejected by everybody in the community. And so I was asked to come because I've done a lot of work in Japan, and typically the work that I do is community organization, bringing people together to make intelligent decisions. And consequently, I only spend 3 days in a particular community, and that's because my wife doesn't like it when I spend more than 3 or 4 days any place. So I've developed a strategy for dealing with issues in a short period of time. Since this was a recreation area and they were going to infill the bay, I suggested initially that they organize boat rides for young people to get a sense of the perimeter, how large this infill area was going to be. Now, typically, I get answers, well, what do they know, and why would you involve children? And generally, since I insist that it happens, boats were made available, and there were boat rides taken with young people. In a lot of the projects I've done in Japan, there's a lot of interest in the whole idea of participation. So a lot of people come from different parts of the country to observe. I usually put them to work, and there were about 30 people. And the whole idea was to really identify what's the purpose of recreation for this community, what kinds of activities would these purposes generate, and how could they be organized on a site. So the strategy is to develop graphic symbols that correspond to every particular activity that could occur. And then there's a whole system of establishing the purpose of recreation as well as the activities that support those purposes. And this is what some of the graphic symbols look like. And they're basically in scale with a base map of the infill area. the first workshop was a Sunday morning. About 80 people attended, always in small groups, everybody having an equal opportunity to participate. Like in most games, specific rules. People make individual choices, defend their choices, and then the group needs to agree. And what this means is that the concept of values clarification is reinforced. People talk about what they believe in, what's important. They learn from each other. So there were young people, teenagers, young students. Everybody had their hands on the material. There was a base map of the infill area, and then they had to locate all the activities that they thought were important. Now, since this was done to scale, and since the number of activities that were identified were larger than their ability to fit into the site, the concept of trade-offs became very clear. They couldn't include everything, so had to decide which was more important. Now, if you try to describe or define trade-off, it's really very difficult, but when people experience it themselves, they understand exactly how it works and what it actually means. Young people working together, everybody sharing in this whole process. Women's group together, they built a three-dimensional model. And then each group presented their ideas. We took a break for lunch and came back, and about over 400 people attended from the town. Everybody had the opportunity to participate, but not everybody does. So about 80 to 100 participated, but everybody wanted to know what was happening. So I described the process, and then each team member then presented their ideas. There was not a lot of differences, a lot of similarities. And one thing that was particularly interesting is a young boy, about 11 years old, presented his team solution. And as he was describing it, he said, well, here's a place where our fathers could sit and drink beer. And of course, everybody broke out in laughter. Well, none of the parents, none of the fathers would ever say, we need a place to drink beer. And then it became very clear why it was important for young people to be involved, because they're totally uninhibited. Now, a summary sketch was done that day, and the mayor and the planners took a look at it, and the mayor said, oh my God, this is exactly what we were planning for the past 2 years. And here in actually 3 days, you came up with the same solution. No, we didn't come up with it. Local people came up with it. And that's why the whole concept of ownership is so critical in participation. This scheme was basically owned by the community, and consequently, it was built. Within, when I do projects in Japan, I accept the project if within 1 year I get some response that something was built. This was the first year, and I've been doing Google Maps of projects that I've done around the world because it's difficult to see that. And this is even more recent. So the community has taken on themselves to expand and enhance this area. One of the things that
Еще один
in the last 50 some odd years is that the games that I've developed are cross-cultural. So the techniques seem to be working in countries of different languages. This is a project in Kentucky, a town named Owensboro that nobody ever heard of. Most of the people in this town were born in this town, so they never leave. But there was a period some years ago where waterfront development, riverfront development was very popular around the world, and in the United States, government money was available to support this kind of development. Now, some of the large cities in Kentucky had already received funds for riverfront development, and the mayor of this small town said that he wants to develop the riverfront. The riverfront was kind of fairly dismal. There was nothing on the riverfront. And his strategy was, well, he'll hire a landscape architect to come up with solutions and then invite the public to respond. Well, there was a group in the town, a nonprofit, called the Public Life Foundation. And they had been doing a lot of work basically in the health area, helping elderly people access to amenities for sick and health people and sick and poor people. And they sensed that this was not the best strategy for involving people. So they did a net search, an internet search, and looked at firms that were providing workshops on riverfront design. And they found a book that I'd written called Community Participation Methods in Design and Planning, written 20 years ago, and really talked about what I'm describing this morning, the process. So I was asked to come and see if I can do something to bring the community together, because in projects like this, it needs to be a public-private partnership. Government money is not going to solve the problem. And in fact, if it's some kind of development, it should support the community as well. So two things were important. One is, the press. Continuous bombardment of articles about the riverfront development. And the first meeting that I had was with school teachers and mostly principals of schools. And the idea was to involve the students. Some of the teachers were absolutely really imaginative in setting up teams with kindergarten and high school students working together. And this was important. Having children involved is basically like a transmitter of information to the parents. Some of you are parents, you have children, you always ask the children, when they come home from school, well, what did you do today? And most of the children will say, same old stuff, nothing new. But now when the students have been testing water quality and beginning to talk about the riverfront, they talk about how exciting it is for them to be involved in the design and planning of the riverfront. And so the parents become aware of it. There were numerous focus groups in senior centers, community centers, with all kinds of people, trying to get at the kinds of activities that should be included. And equally important, if they were included, would people participate? And so the children, the high school and kindergarten kids, built a scale model of the riverfront, indicating the activities that they thought would be appropriate. Now this is a town of about 60,000 people. Had a workshop in the community center. 125 people participated. Two of the state legislators came, mayor, ex-mayor, senior citizens, teenagers, people of all ages. Again, always working in small groups, people making individual decisions and then kind of group decisions. I explained the process. They all knew the riverfront, and it was kind of a deserted, barren area. Mayor. And the riverfront consisted of three distinctly different geographic areas. And the riverfront objectives were generated from focus groups. These are the kinds of things that people mentioned. And each group then would have to identify the three objectives they thought were most important and which activities should be included. And then with the use of graphic symbols, locate those activities. Each team then presented their ideas to the entire group. And this is a typical example of one team. Not only did they use graphic symbols to locate activities, but they also had notes, what was important, what should be looked at. And then we developed a summary of all the activities and where they should be located, distinctly distinguishing between each of the three sections of the riverfront. The next step, of course, was to develop public-private partnerships, getting local money as well as federal money. This is where the workshop was held, and the riverfront is relatively barren. As work began, this is what the riverfront began to look like, and this is what it looks like today. It's less than 20 years. And these pictures were on the Owensboro website on the internet. And so the city was actually transformed. This was really not specifically designed as a tourist attraction. This was really created for the people who lived in Owensboro. And it's changed a lot of the activities, the whole idea of ownership and partnership and the sense of community has been strengthened because it took a lot of people to get this together. And so there are a number of projects that I've done, and this is the most recent book that includes the case studies in detail with some of the methods, and it's available on Amazon. Now, what's particularly interesting, the concept of gaming I discussed back in the 1960s. In the last maybe 8 or 10 years, there have been examples of gaming used in planning and design from many countries around the world, and there's a new book that just came out called Gaming in Architecture and Planning. And I think the reason for this kind of interesting interest is the language that we use is a language that community people could understand. Recently, there's been the use of the word charrette, which I think is a terribly awful elitist concept because you have to define what it means. And you don't have to define what a game means. A game means, you kind of have fun. And that's really what the essence of any form of participatory design is. It's an opportunity to have fun, to get together with people in the community, to learn from each other, and to reach important decisions. Thank you very much.
Спасибо большое, мистер Санов.
Thank you, Mr. Sanov. That was terribly interesting. I would like to just fix some ideas from your practice, from your experience. First, which is the most important, that is such participation, such involvement is a huge step into creating a community. So when you do such participatory groups, this is a milestone of creating a community. Another point that Mr. Sanov mentioned, that now in Russia we use participatory instruments to design, but now we have new practices when we use this participatory approach to create kindergartens and another public spaces. Okay, when we start with homes and houses, what is the practice that you use in Moscow? How do you involve citizens? How do you cooperate with the companies? And what are the technologies that you use? Thank you. Hello, dear colleagues. Hello to our friends from abroad. And Mr. Sanov, when I prepared this presentation, I looked at your theory, at your participation concept, and in Russian we will translate it as involvement. I found a lot of interesting ideas, and I think that we do the same work in practice. Your theory is very close to me and is very clear to me. I found another common trait with you. My wife doesn't like when I leave home for a long time. So I hope still to meet you in person, to communicate with you, to enrich me with these ideas. When we talk about participation that is developed in our city, so what would be the most interesting point? We do observe city to develop, and we see more demands from people because life has been changing and people have more requests, more demands, and they are interested to find contact not only between themselves but with the nature, with the environment. And when we talk about participation, we understand this concept in the following way. Before approaching people with an idea of dialogue, before realize a concept or an idea, we have to cover some basic needs. I mean, safety of a house, I mean, quality of amenities, because if a person doesn't have access to electricity, to light, to water, such person wouldn't appreciate nature, and such person wouldn't think about how to improve ecology and so on. Then we have to assure personal safety of people in their houses. Saying that, I mean, or cameras, I mean protection and so on. When we cover these basic needs, we may propose some initiatives, or they may initiate them themselves to improve their lives, to create better condition of living, for living, for having fun, for parks and so on. What do we see as our goal? We would like to create conditions so that participation would develop in our cities, and we would like to involve our citizens in these initiatives. I loved that you not only told about participation but about results, and I liked that everybody was involved, starting with initiators and those who are in charge to construct and to govern this product up to the final end. Another question that I've been asking myself in the process of discussion and in the process of involvement, this is a participation process, and it is important not only to start the product but to consult and to outreach people, because not only administrative control is important, but it is important to motivate people, because if an idea is not real, we have to say it to people so that they wouldn't be disappointed after. We may explain this. Sometimes we don't have some conditions, we don't have some technologies to realize an idea, to bring an idea to life. When we create such kind of conditions, when we give safe conditions of living, at this point of time we would be ready to be creative, to bring their ideas into life. To do this, we have to respect a number of principles. First, we have to create a platform for dialogue. I mean, people that initiate some ideas and wills should have a place to communicate, to talk about their thoughts, to argue, to find a consensus, and then this idea will be brought to life. For example, in our city, we have some digital platforms such as Active Citizen, such as My City. Those are digital platforms where people, citizens, can control some decisions, and they may bring their concerns to real decision makers. There is a platform that is aimed to Moscow government, so that before starting some works on amenities provision, they address people, they address citizens, and they dialogue on this platform. And if citizens are against this construction, this work will not be done, because with the help of this platform, we have 5 million persons that use this platform. We may compare it with the whole population of New Zealand. This new platform that exists in the city for dialogue between government and citizens is called Digital Electronic House, to give the opportunity to talk, to create a dialogue between citizens and governments. And this is a large platform. They may exchange, they may sell something unuseful, and they may also organize themselves to solve problems. You know that according to our legislation, we have an instrument to solve problems and to make it on a local level, on the level of a house. Inhabitants of this house may assemble to solve their problems. And my final remarks would be the following ones. We have to talk about circumstances that would lead to better realization of ideas that owners had. So I described you platforms that we use. These are digital internet platforms, but still we have another options, such as people talking in their houses, in their backyards, or there may be a sort of club of a house, or there may be children competitions when parents meet and they may discuss their problems, or it may be just a family party when people are brought together, and during this conversation between neighbors, if there are good ideas, good thoughts, such ideas must be brought to life, and it must be accompanied. In this context, we have to understand risks that we will have. So, what are the risks that we have? A general meeting, it is difficult to organize a general meeting. Even if we have all the circumstances and conditions to organize such meeting every year, and even if we have a list of problems that is presented into the law, still it is very problematic to bring people together. Okay, I prefer the word involvement instead of participation. It is a more Russian concept. Okay, between an idea that comes to a head up to the bringing this idea into life, there are a lot of complicated steps. It is complicated to organize people, and it may influence final result, because we may fail. We may fail to bring an idea to life, because people are just difficult to be brought together. So in this case, we have to take it into account. This factor is important. I know that we have no more time, and I still hope to meet you personally, and I will have more time. I will talk more with more details. Okay, if I have to finish, I would like to say that all the logic of participation, of involvement of people into decision-making process, the most important part is the result. So if people start to talk about a problem, and then after a certain time they see that the problem is solved, I don't know whether it is a door that is painted, or this is anti-mosquitoes measures that are bought and so on. So no matter what idea comes to its realization, when people see it and when they see that it was brief, it was rapid, that will stimulate them to be more active. When a person sees a result, a real result, and when he or she knows that he or she participated into this process, of course such person will continue such approach. When a door is painted, they will think how to make their courtyard more beautiful and so on. So that's how politics appear. When their interests are covered, people go higher to cope with more global problems, and the role of a state is to help and to support. The important point is not only to help technically or with consulting or with legislative initiatives, but to help financially. When people have a will to make a project, this is the state that has to help and to support through some grants, through some financing schemes, but the state has to help people that want to improve their environment so that they could get final results. When we have such cooperation through participation with the public authorities involved, so that will be a stimulation for overall development, for the development of our friendship and relationship between our countries included. Thank you.
So whenever we work with a community, it's very important not to fail to meet the expectations. When people are involved in designing a school building or a nursery school, it's very important to really implement this building, to really build what they planned, to show to people that this was their project, where they were involved. It's really important. And now I would like to ask Robert Hammond. Robert, you as a founder of a legendary New York park, Friends of a High Line, can you tell us how are you involved in the community now? How do you do this given the pandemic situation? What new technologies you are launching? We know that you recently launched the Highline Network project. 7 minutes, please. Thank you.
Yes. So thank you for having me. I'm Robert Hammond. Please call me Robbie. Feel free. So I want to just talk a little bit about the history of the Highline. This is what I first found when I came up on the Highline 22 years ago in 1999. And I ended up starting this with another guy that I met at a community meeting, Joshua David. That's us, again, almost 2 decades ago. And we really, in the beginning, neither he nor I had any experience. I was a marketing person and he was a travel writer. And so we really involved the community early on. We had to fight the city early on. This was Mayor Giuliani, who we had to sue. He signed a demolition order. And then eventually we designed it with the design team of Dilesh Cafidio and Renfro, who I know has designed a park there in Moscow, and James Corner Field Operations and Pete Uldoff. And this is what it looks like today. I won't go into a lot of detail, but what's happened, it's become far more successful than we ever thought. It's just 1.5 miles, but now, it's been on an episode of The Simpsons. They made a perfume out of it that we could have never imagined. And it's become, a real sort of landmark in the city. Before the pandemic, we had almost 8 million visitors. So it's one of the most visited landmarks in the city. So The Metropolitan Museum, which is another big one, had about 7 million visitors. And the Metropolitan Museum is 20 times our size. So it's a very small, it's created a lot of value for the city. This is more detailed than you want, but it's basically, the city, we raised half of the money from us as a nonprofit. The city put in half, but it's going to create about 1.5 billion in new tax revenues. It's generated basically almost a whole new neighborhood here at the north called Hudson Yards. But there's a downside to all of this. This is a documentary that was on HBO about how there's a big divide in the neighborhood of the rich and the poor. There's even a quote from me. If you Google my name, you'll find a quote that says, I called the whole High Line a failure. And what I don't think the High Line is a failure. But what I did think is that not everyone benefited equally from the High Line. And part of it, there's a few things that we didn't anticipate, that it would be so crowded. Again, this is a picture before the pandemic. It was almost just hard to enjoy because there were so many people. And when we opened, it was not very diverse. Most of the people were white. Now, we've done a lot of things that I want to talk about it to make it more and more diverse. Every year it's become more diverse and less white. But the number of travelers, the number of tourists has increased. So it makes it feel like it isn't, for New Yorkers as much. And now I'll talk about what happened after the pandemic. So we really had to rethink how we were going to do community engagement. And one of the things we think of ourselves is how do we connect the city, sort of the civic connector. So we do that through art, education, horticulture, and our High Line network. And I'll just run through some of these. So one of the things we do is we hire local teams, from the neighborhood and give them a job. They actually create their own programs. So they decide what they want to see on the High Line rather than us just deciding what should be done. We've done programs that are suggested, by the community, like our Arriba, our Latin dancing program. We have education programs with the local schools. So school kids start coming up here and it becomes an outdoor classroom. We do family programs for people with kids. And then we do art. There's a lot of art in this neighborhood. There's a lot of galleries, museums, but people aren't necessarily welcome in that art. So we have, and over half of the artists we present are women. And we've presented artists from 48 countries. You'll see Russia on the list. These are just some of the art is very participatory. This is a piece by Olafur Eliasson where we put 1 million Lego pieces on the High Line and people could just build different things. This is by El Natsui where we put art on walls next to the High Line. This is one of my favorite pieces by Simone Lee, Brick House. This piece and all of our art is temporary, so it's always changing. Every year there's a new piece. This is a piece by Sam Durant, which is a life-size Predator drone that's now on view. And we're also looking still of expanding the High Line. We're looking right now. We're looking at a connection in this right here. If you can see my cursor moving over that. Where we connect into 2 of the big subway stations and train stations, and then connecting potentially to Javits Center, which is our convention center, and over to Hudson River Park. So we're also not done, and we're doing a lot of community input on that. We have a neighbors council that is involved in that project. And then I want to just talk about the 2 biggest lessons, the 2 things that I would do differently. As one is capture the value before you create it. So, there's an incredible amount of wealth that's been created in this neighborhood. But again, it's not benefiting everyone equally. And once this development happens, it's very hard to then tax it. You have to put those taxes or increment finance in place before this gets built. The other one is the city helped pay for half of the construction. We, as a private nonprofit or an NGO or a PPP, raised half of it to build, but now we pay all of the money to maintain it. And that's another mistake, is that we didn't have a way for the organization that's going to maintain it to benefit from the value that we've created. And so one of the things we've done is we've created the Highline Network. If you Google Highline Network, you'll see it. We have about 40 projects all over the country. And the goal of the Highline Network is not just to learn how we did it, but how do you learn from our mistakes? And how do we learn from new projects that are doing it? The 11th Street Bridge, which is up there on the top left hand, has an incredible equitable development plan of how do you capture that value? How do you make sure everyone in the neighborhood benefits? I highly recommend Googling the 11th Street Bridge equitable development plan. And so the network is how do we learn from each other, not just learn from the Highline. And so I really think infrastructure reuse projects, that's what we sort of call these, because they're not, some of them are on, on top of highways, under highways, old airports, old ports. So that's why I use the term infrastructure reuse. Can bring incredible social, environmental, and economic benefits. But we're not really reaching our full potential if they're not shared, the benefits are not shared more equally. So I was told to keep it to 10 minutes, so I think I did it in 10 minutes. Happy to answer any questions or talk about more.
Спасибо, Роберт, большое. Спасибо огромное.
Thank you very much, Robert. Indeed, it's a very important point that I'd like to emphasize. This joint learning from practice to practice and citizen involvement is really important. And I would actually like to ask a question to Bella, because you usually say that our involvement is about helping people finding a job, but we are now starting to work with social projects. Can you tell us about your barriers and the techniques that you were able to adapt to your project? 7 minutes, please. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. I represent the Architect Bureau Friendship, which does the design of public spaces and territories, and we use methods of joint design. And I'm happy to use this opportunity to thank the founder of this method, Mr. Henry Sanov. Actually, we were inspired by you, Mr. Sanov. And I would like to tell you about our joint work with public communities that we've been doing over the past years. In 2019, at the Moscow Urban Forum, a program of the mayor of Moscow was presented based on the 15-minute city. That's the essence of the concept for psychological comfort. The resident of a big city needs to have a more compact city, and that's why they have a district where they can develop all the connections. And this topic is really relevant. It became even more relevant because of the pandemic, which is why we started working with the local communities. We became advisors. We started this cooperative design, and just a few points about how we choose the tactics of design in a living neighborhood. We are trying to build into the lifestyle of people, and it's a very important point. It's impossible to impose certain decisions without working with people. Furthermore, a neighborhood should get adapted to the modern realities, because it was created in different realities where everything was common and all public spaces were common, they were for everyone. And now those residents who live in this yard believe that this is their own yard, and there was a clear frontier between the public and the private. And this is indeed something that we need to adapt. And for that, we need a comprehensive approach. That is, before providing financing in big squares, parks, and clinics and public centers, we are already working on this. As for micro-districts, this frontier, this border between the public and the private is not quite clear. And it's very important to structure a micro-district. We need to understand how it is structured. We need to find the streets and the side streets that the entire micro-district will use, and we will finance most of the things there. And the yards are going to be semi-private, and it's up to the local residents to determine their role, and the tactics of the design will be depending on this. In public spaces, it's up to the city administration to decide everything. But in those semi-private areas, in the yards, it's the local residents that have this key responsibility. So they need to work as part of professional solutions that were created by professionals. Now, a few cases of a public space and a semi-private space. This is the local center of a neighborhood, and I was happy to hear the same from Mr. Stanov. You mentioned that a school is a local center of a district. Why do we say that? Unfortunately, this clicker is not working properly, and it steals my time. So this school territory was designed initially as a public area, used not by children alone, but by the whole district. And actually, we can do this, but a schoolyard as a city resource is not providing anything good. That is, 95% of schoolyards are not efficient. And furthermore, a schoolyard is not an educational resource, because there are users who are not asked about anything, that is, children and teenagers. We want to prove that they should be full-fledged courses of city projects. Why is this important? When a child has experience in taking real life decisions and can see their implementation in practice, we invest in the future users of a city, because they start having a different position. They get out of this passive negative approach. They are ready for taking on responsibility. They are ready for an active approach, and without that, passive children cannot become active adults. And if there is the whole community participating in designing a schoolyard, this creates strong connections in the neighborhood, and this changes the whole attitude within the school. And this year, we published methodological recommendations together with the Moscow City University. This is something that is public. It's in public access. You can download it on our website. And this project won in 2019 in 5 categories out of 7, in 5 nominations out of 7. Here in this plan, we write the roadmap. We can say that there is a difference between this approach and just pretending to be a democracy, because here school children should participate in certain public work, and they should see the results of their design in a project that was implemented, and the tactics are chosen depending on the organizational structure of a school and its preparedness. In School 91 in Moscow, there was a search for financing which took a lot of time, and for now children are building something together with their parents. There is a European gymnasium in Moscow. This is the tactical urbanism. And these are some big objects and facilities. This project is being expanded in the city of Vixam. The local citizens believe that this is their own project, and actually this is the best result of our work. And here's the second part of my presentation. This is a schoolyard, and we've been working with these yards, with these residential yards for quite a while. And we talk about participatory design, and this is how we can keep working on those residential yards. Those residents of a yard believe that this is their own yard, and this is why they want to fill this yard with everything that is available in a city. They want to transform their yard into a recreational space which has all the activities in a city, which is why it is important to set the rules of the game. It's important to understand which users of this yard have a priority and which users live a little bit further away. And of course, it's very important to draw the line between the role of residents and the role of specialists in this area. A yard can look very different. It can be a very active center with special places for teenagers. It can be a minimalistic yard with a minimalistic playground, with a system of parking lots and lighting. Maybe the residents will just say, please don't touch our yard, we don't need anything else there. And that's the effect that we already have. That is the mixture of initial groups, because usually chess players stick to chess players and gardeners to gardeners, but right now they're starting to mix. Those groups communicate between themselves. And right now some residents who used to be passive become active because they talk to other active citizens, and actually it's also a very important part in developing a dialogue between local administration and the local residents. And of course it's also very important to resolve the social problems that were as part of this project. They will be resolved after this project is implemented. There are two main challenges. That is ensuring an ongoing process. It's not sufficient to just have 2 or 3 meetings with local residents. It should be an ongoing process which will continue after the project is built. And the construction is over, but the project keeps going on, and you should work with the residents all the time. And the second challenge is the scaling up of this activity. We work with the neighborhood, with the district as a comprehensive system, as a source of comfort and safety of people in a mega city. Thank you very much. I think that the yard is the most challenging territory because there's a lot of conflicts there, and I think it's easier to design an embankment than a yard in terms of involving everyone. But you also mentioned that in Moscow there is a concept of a 15-minute city, and I would like to talk to Mr. Hill. Mr. Dan Hill, you suggested a 1-minute city concept. Can you tell us about how you involve people in order to create this 1-minute city?
Sure, thank you. Let me just share my slides. So, yeah, I'm going to talk maybe about even more contested space than the yard, which is the street. But I'm coming to you from Stockholm. I work for the Swedish government, in the national government, in the innovation agency there. And you might all imagine Sweden looks a bit like this. And in fact, this is what it looks like outside my window at the moment. More or less, I'm in the south of Stockholm. But also Stockholm is something else, like many other Swedish cities. And that started, I'll just play this video very quickly. A long time ago, the takeover of streets by the cars, which is, of course, very familiar also to Moscow and also New York, where we've heard about as well. But this is a film from 1935, showing to some extent how this happened. And you see, it's called Those Who Get in the Way. You know, it's a Swedish newsreel. It's really sort of propaganda, to be honest, for the car. But I kind of love it because, well, possibly I love this guy. He's in the film. He's called Old Mr. Stockholm. He's almost single-handedly holding back the traffic, as you can see. The film is sort of implying in very clear terms the streets are now no longer for culture and conviviality and people and community, they're for traffic. And so it's kind of trying to scare Swedish people out of the way and say, the car is progress. It's time for you guys to get out of the way. It's almost hard to watch. So sure enough, by about 1955, Sweden was Europe's most car-dense land. So we had more cars here per capita than anywhere else in Europe. And Gamla Enskede, the suburb of Stockholm I live in, had this 6-lane freeway put through the middle of what was actually before a garden city plan. So this is also Sweden, and this is also Moscow and New York, as you know. And what I'm trying to get at is we've many times mistaken the point, like Henry starting with this idea of what's the point of participation. The point with cities really is culture and conviviality and community. Those are the kind of things that we actually come together for as people. We need buildings and infrastructure to enable those things, but they're not the point. But it's sometimes we lose that sense. It's almost like the city government thinks its job is to make infrastructure, and it isn't. It's to make places for culture and community and conviviality, as they say here. And you need the other things, but they're not the point. And so getting it the right way around enables us to frame the participation in a certain way. So now it comes to streets, and we've picked streets. As I say, the Innovation Agency, I work closely with ARCDES, the Center for Architecture and Design, and many other agencies and cities in Sweden, and including private companies as well, including Volvo Cars, I must say, on this mission. And we want to transform every street in Sweden to be healthy, sustainable, and full of life. Now, there's 40,000 kilometers of street in Sweden. That's if you imagine holding Sweden in your hand in a map, a 3D model perhaps, and extracting all the streets from it. That's something like 6 times the size of Paris as an urban area, so it's extraordinary. So that's what we're trying to access. And it's a space, it's a public space, which is incredibly mismanaged, I would say. Not on purpose. People are doing very good jobs running traffic agencies. But that's not the point of a street, again. And so the first thing we did actually to understand this mission was we brought together groups of stakeholders. And in participation in mind, we did this in 2 types. The first one was with expertise, if you like, but expertise at the front line, people running traffic agencies, running startups in micromobility, car companies, designers, architects, not really academics so much, not expertise in that sense, but people trying to get stuff done. And with them, we were looking for the insight into where to start, what kind of things, what are the acupuncture points there. But then after that, we throw it over to the citizens. So we had this 2 phases, stakeholder engagement and then real citizen participation. And there we found, as you see, a common theme, working with schools was incredibly useful. So working with Stockholm municipality, we found 4 streets with schools on them. There's all these schools here in the picture, but as you can see, the streets are largely used for parking or actually not much else. In fact, but the schools are right there. So then we were able to work with school kids as the lead designers here. So this wasn't, again, necessarily asking them what they want, but it was actually giving them the opportunity to have the whole street, design the street. The street belongs to them. They're the primary experts here. It's their streets. They're the ones using it. The students and the residents, actually. So these were 6-year-olds using a simple kits of parts of paper that we made and then drawing on them as well. We've also done the same thing with the Prime Minister, by the way. This is the Swedish Prime Minister. I won't test you all in our knowledge of Swedish Prime Ministers, but this was him. But actually, the school kids are probably better at this exercise than Prime Ministers tend to be fair. So this is what the kids came up with, fountains and swings, but also social spaces and cafes and greenery. So this key principle is the street designs the street and the street owns the street. This is not consultation. It's, do you like this picture of a street or do you like this street that we've drawn for you as architects? But actually throwing the question over to the street itself. They own it. It's public space. It's a core public asset. Again, it's not for privatizing by parking cars in there. So this is really, really fundamental, but challenging, as you can imagine. So then we decided to say, how do we make this scalable? So we worked with ArcDes again and Lundberg Design to develop a modular kit of parts, effectively a kind of boardwalk made out of wood. It's a simple platform that you can then build applications on, to use that language. And those applications could be barbecue sets or bike racks or beehives or whatever, as designed by the street itself. So we're learning from what people suggest and adapt and come up with and try. And then these are prototypes and deployed. These are the actual deployments. So we build them in Swedish timber because that's a circular material. And you can cut it precisely to the street using computer-controlled cutting. But it's also super adaptable and accessible, as well as all of the great benefits of working with wood. And it's also a material you're not used to in an urban environment, as you can imagine. I'll just play some little sort of clips of it, but you probably get the gist of what's going on here. We also put in these trampolines and beaches and whatever they came up with. But really, these are really simple convivial spaces, and crucially, they're in parking spots. So we're actually substituting out one use for another here. Skate ramps, this is holding a meeting on it, and so on. So it's not just avoiding the question of parking, it's actually taking the question of that public space. We work with the artist Brian Eno, musician Brian Eno, and here's two things I'll pick out in the design principles he wrote for us. Think like a gardener, not an architect. Apologies to architects. Of course, we work with architects. I'm a designer myself. But he said, design beginnings, not endings. So getting something going and enabling it to evolve over time. That also comes back to wood, by the way, because wood rots. This is made of glulam. It's super resilient. It'll last for a long time, but it won't last forever. And that's important because it gives you a chance to change it, to evolve based on the culture of the street changing. Making things in concrete and steel is super problematic because they preserve the street in aspic in completely the wrong way. So there's one in the bottom left there, make places that are easy for people to change and adapt. Wood and plaster is something that a street can change itself. So this enables you to take a step forward from this current condition, to take a half step in this direction, to get the street used to the idea of thinking this is theirs to design with, to build around. You can give them the pieces. This is like Lego or Minecraft or IKEA, as you can imagine, where it can be hacked locally. In the end, you might end up with a much more profound regeneration where you have proper trees putting proper roots into the ground. These are where we need to take streets, all streets in cities. But this enables you to take this half step forward and test what works. How much car sharing space do they need? How much bike racks do they need? How many trees would they like? What things will they come up with we can't possibly imagine? Such as a greenhouse, for instance, or all kinds of bits of kit. So we found so far that people are very positive about this change. We're getting 73% approval rates, which is actually fairly extraordinary given we're taking parking space away. Usually one would expect death threats for that kind of thing, even in Sweden, but actually here we're only getting 5% very negative, which is really good, and 400% increase in activity by more diverse groups of people as well. So then I'll just sum up with some themes. Learning from the way that, actually this is the Black Lives Matter activist Nikita Oliver, the mayoral candidate in Seattle, speaks is really powerful because it's easy in a sense to take over a space using pop-up tactics. The tricky thing is making it functional over time that's serving the community. So what we're doing is we're aligning multiple government agencies from national, regional and municipal together to work in this direction. As I said, alongside major car companies, scooter companies, community groups and others. So this is a mission combining all of those things. And underlying that is really powerful. The street is not about traffic. It never has been. It hasn't been for hundreds of years in Moscow or Stockholm. It's only in the last couple of generations we've thrown it over to cars, really, private cars in that sense. So it's really about public space. It's contested, though, and that's really important. But it embodies what we stand for. And if we think it stands for a society dominated by individual needs and no sense of anything greater than that, then you end up with a car-based city. If there's something other there, which is what most cities are about, something bigger than the sum of the parts, the street will stand for that. And this is really an important point, this about public space. Technically, this is what this quote from Sandila Halal says, in Sweden you can have public space without the public in it.
Then,
it's mandated by the state.
Dan, I'm sorry, you have only 1 minute left.
Okay, no, that's perfect. I'm nearly finished. But al-masha, this Arabic term, means that actually you need the public to produce the space. You have to have people in it, otherwise it doesn't really work as this kind of space. Public space exists without people, but al-masha only exists if people are producing it. So here we talk about the participation techniques, we talk about the way that what I call the 1 minute city, the city outside your front door, can be thrown over to people for gardening, as it is in Japan, actually, where there has been no on-street parking since 1965, and you find people taking over whatever piece of street that they can to build these things in them. And this is really what I mean by the one-minute city. It's thrown over to the street itself, your immediate neighborhood. It's yours to decide whether to have cafes or bars or tomato plants or football pitches or whatever. And finally, Gautam Barnes' quote is really important here. This is about infrastructures of everyday dignity. Instead of spectacular projects, everyday dignity is what we're building around here. Thank you. I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much for this interesting experience. And I would like to bring my discussion to Ekaterina, because Dan talked about culture. I know that in Krasnoyarsk it was an interesting case when people was united, and on the point of view of culture and participation, what may catalyze people to positive changes, to be united? You have 3 minutes, please. It is very ambitional, but I will try. So I knew that I didn't have a lot of time, and I would like to concentrate myself on environment and protection, because these are questions that are the most important for people, and these questions may be solved only with public amenity provision. So I would like to talk about participation, and this concept was already covered by my colleagues. I would like to talk about the next step, for example, of our project in takeover with a beautiful natural space that are protected. We received a national award for architecture, for landscape architecture, and the problem is that there is a beautiful nature. People is very happy with the results of this work, and here in the corner you may see a lot of waste, and the problem is not finally solved with quality public space installment. And our second step was the following one. We decided to mobilize people so that people will do something themselves, notwithstanding whether the next step will take place or not. So we started this big program with students, school students, and we created ecological navigation. We asked ourselves what would motivate people to put waste into the bins, and they created this navigation, and they installed everywhere in natural spaces. We had a huge feedback, and you see these Instagram pages. This post was seen by 50% of city population. It was very liked, like never before. And then we continued this work, and it brought a lot of interest from parents, and we decided to introduce some systemic decisions. So we started working with the mayor of this town, and this project is developed with the competence center. We found an operator of selective waste recuperation. We developed a system of near the house spaces where they installed something themselves just to resolve this problem of waste treatment with this operator. So finally those decisions were involved into takeover to the selective waste recuperation. It is a small example on the basis of a small town. When we moved to the next step from simple public space project to something bigger. Then another example with Kazanka River in Kazan.
we are doing this with Mrs. Mambetova. We are working with the same values, with the same principles, nature protection, protection of environment, and so on. But this process of citizen involvement, of participation, brought to something bigger, because when people were involved, they were involved into the conflict solution, and you may see the first photos when people came to conflict, to protest against a construction on a natural space, and the petition was signed by everybody, by a mayor, by citizens, and then the strategy was changed, and everybody decided that common values are ecology, health, and safety, and this program of environment and health was promoted by the mayor, and it really worked with the community. So our runners community posted this into their blogs, and bird watchers are also started to organize excursions and tours. So already Kazan, the city of Kazan, is really popular among tourists, but we would like to develop something else around natural and ecological tourism, ecotourism. So here you may see searches. With them, we tried water purification systems. We launched some laboratories near water, near ponds. When we introduce some future professions to people, and these professions will be in demand into the future, then there was some formats of ecotherapy, when you may try it into your city, into your parks, just to relax after city life. And we introduced these small objects that are called forest helpers. It helps you to concentrate yourself on the sky, on leaves, and so on. And the next, the final slide, which represents a huge initiative that was launched last week. So this is a river promenade when we purified water. It was partly ecological, it was partly for fun, because we made it to organize after expeditions on this sort of kayak, canoe, to make environment fun and interesting, so that it is to show that it is not something dull, but something that may be fun and that may be value for city community. Thank you, Ekaterina. I think this is a very good example that culture may define our strategies to change our cities. Thank you to everybody. Thank you to those who joined us today. I think the most important result of our session would be that we work to include citizens into the decision-making process. Not only citizens, but also school students, teachers, doctors, and everybody. It is a very important step into the development of city all over our country. So, and we strategic initiative agency, we are working with the Russian cities to support this approach, so that everybody would participate, would be always involved all around our country. Thank you, and have a good afternoon of this Friday. Goodbye.